right now online. I don't know why.
Trying to order it.
Oh, you're going to get one of these, Lee?
Hell no.
Huh.
Why not?
I eat my glizzies out in the open.
No shame.
You all in on your glizzies.
I'm trying to see how to buy it. I'd assume it's in the $10 to $15 range.
Lee thought it was Todd's belt buckle. Lee,
It says it's sold out, so good for me.
they are sold out. This is preposterous. You can't eat food anymore because people.
It's like a gag gift, you know.
Literally.
Whoa. Whoa, I walked right into that, didn't I? Oh, gosh. Jeez. I didn't even mean that. I'm usually witty on purpose. That one was by accident.
Okay, what about a corn dog?
Stumbled right into that one.
Okay, what about a corn dog? If you eat a corn dog, do you also get shamed for that as well, too? I love corn dogs. By the way, it's corn dog season.
Difference. It's kind of the same difference.
It's on a stick. Different.
And Lorena was really, really, really like doing it up too, like the most on social with her.
I know a
thirst
good
trapping
corn
with
dog.
that.
What can I say?
Yes, she did. She was corn dogging it up, and it was all the way corn dog.
God, love corn dogs.
If it's
So
a really
convenient.
good corn dog, I'm in.
Yeah, it's corn dog season, man. I'm telling you.
It's such a hit or miss, though.
It's all about the batter.
It's very risky to deal with a corn dog, man. As Lorena pointed out so clearly, as she had two different types of corn dogs that she was dealing with.
Oh, you had a dual corn dog battle?
Yeah,
Lorena?
yeah. I had a really nasty corn dog and a real fresh corn dog.
Hey,
Dang.
heard that before. You know,
Dang.
depends on where you get it from. One carnival, it's different. You know, another one makes it better. Like it's rough out there. What else we got, Lee?
Guys, an update on Antonio Brown. We know there's a warrant out for his arrest in Miami-Dade County. He has since posted on Instagram, although he's deleted the post, pictures of him in Dubai saying, quote, no video, AB shooting, all made up. Miami-Dade County
Exonerated on all charges.
have responded saying they're not sending anybody to the Middle East to go after Antonio Brown.
Right.
So he can't go back to Miami-Dade? Do warrants ever run out? Do they expire?
I want to see that wall.
I mean, I'm joking, but I mean, I'm just saying, do they ever expire?
Yeah.
As a warrant?
Yeah, Lee,
No, they
statute of
generally do not
limitation?
expire, according to the Google machine.
that's too
Well, there you
bad. There's no shelf life on a warrant.
That's bad for me.
Yeah.
Dang.
No going to Beverly Hills for Lee.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. If you're looking for a new job this summer, have you considered using a recruiter? Your local Express Employment Professionals team is your one connection to endless job opportunities. With just one application, they can help you find a job across dozens of openings. And as always, job seekers never pay a fee. Visit expresspros.com. To find a location near you, visit expresspros.com. Whether you're looking for contract work or a full-time position, let Express help at expresspros.com. That's expresspros.com.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
The Royals play here.
First pitch from Wilson. Fastball scorched up the middle, a base hit into center field. Jack Caglione is 4 for 4 this afternoon. The 1-2 pitch. Line toward shortstop. Witt dives and makes the catch. Another incredible grab from Bobby Witt Jr. He defies gravity.
Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hi, folks. Bob at Blue Springs Ford. Blayton, you look like you have something to say.
I do. It's our free lifetime powertrain warranty. That includes 24-hour, 7 days a week, every day of the year for 10 years, roadside assistance.
Well, that was a mouthful.
We're talking towing, fuel, oil, water delivery to you, lockout assistance, battery service, flat tire support, emergency assistance.
Folks, if you don't come see us today,
then you'll miss out on our free lifetime warranty.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and our hotline is open. Annie from Kansas City, what's on your mind?
I want a dealership that I can trust for a lifetime. Is that you?
We're Google's highest review-rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. That's a good start.
I just want a great deal. That's all.
How about every vehicle comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty?
What about guarantees?
A lifetime warranty should handle that. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at The Fan 96.5. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Live from Chiefs training camp in July. 96.5 The Fan. KFMC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2. Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Fastball lifted down the left field line. Langford drifts back, looks up, it's gone! A Texas blast for Bobby Witt Jr. His first one at Globe Life Field. In the pitch. Fastball hit high in the air, deep to right field. Garcia shuffles back, still going, at the fence, it's gone! Into the second row. An opposite field, two-run shot for Salvador Perez. There's the crooked number. A three-run top of the first inning for the Royals. Two, thanks to one swing from El Capitan.
Sounds like the team meeting worked. I'm sold. The Royals are back, and they're on the right track. So they're good. Everything's fine. We're relaxed. Okay, all right, let's move on. Royals
all right,
are here.
Let's move on, baby. Let's move on and talk about some Royals baseball last night. See what happens when your stars perform, Bobby and Salvi? That's what you need. Your stars perform, you win games. It's pretty simple.
No doubt. Great game last night for the Royals. Seth Lugo shoved 9 strikeouts, season high. Bobby Witt Jr., a double and a home run. Like Vern said when we had him on Monday, he's like, hey, you know what? Bobby Witt Jr. went to Texas last year, and then he started that huge July run that he had where he went full MVP mode. Went there a couple years ago, started to get hot again when he went to Texas, hit a foul ball to his father. I don't know if you ever saw that video, Mac, but he hit a foul ball. His dad's in the crowd, randomly in a seat, right to him.
That's amazing.
One of the craziest things you ever seen in your life. And, last night, good game for the Royals. It's one of a lot more that need to happen like that. I am facetious when I say they are so back, but they looked like the team that should be performing last night. Lots of positives, a few negatives, but more positive negatives. That's what you want, and you had a great performance. Your starter was quality start. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, like Vern, like you've said, that's what's got to happen. Your stars have got to be stars, and your team will follow as suit. And then, locked it up, didn't blow away the lead, got out of there, and now you go back tonight, and I believe I think it's Bubic tonight.
It was a nice win, though. Either way you look at it, you win 6-1 over any team in Major League Baseball. That's a big-time win, and it was necessary for Bobby Witt and Salvador Perez to get going, and Salvi in a big way last night with the 2 home runs. I think that was a message to a lot of people for that said Salvi is done, that Salvi's going, I'm not done yet, I'm still here, I'm going to start heating up. But Salvi's always been kind of an up and down type of guy. He'll ride that wave, then he'll be down, then he'll be up, then he'll be down. He's all over the place, and that's kind of been his career. But, everything trickles down when the top of your lineup isn't getting the job done. And the reason they won that game last night is 2 words: Bobby Witt. He came to play last night, and he dominated last night, and that's what you need last night. Those are the type of games that you need, and then it made it easier for Salvi. Vinny, any other ballpark, that's a home run as well. So you had some guys putting the bat on the ball and taking care of business, and it was fun to see last night. It was refreshing to see, relieving to see a little bit last night as well, that you still got the opportunity to go out there and hit the baseball. So let's go ahead and do it. And so all of that stuff about, who should be fired, who should be here, all that kind of stuff. When your stars produce, you win games. And the same thing can be said about everybody around Major League Baseball. Again, you start to look around about this game. Yankees lost again. Aaron Judge didn't do anything again. When your stars don't produce, you don't win. And if your stars don't produce, then you're relying on guys that aren't stars to have to go out there and play better than what they truly are, and guys aren't capable of doing that. But last night, it worked to a charm. That's exactly how you scheduled this thing in spring training. Seth Lugo on the mound dominates. Bobby Witt, Salvador Perez dominate at the plate, and you go out there and you win a game. That's how the script was supposed to look last night for the course of 162, and it was good to see that last. It was good to see them go out there and play free and clear and just go out and win a baseball game.
Yeah, the day off, I think, did a lot of help. Again, that's Jack Leiter. He's, top prospect, not anymore. He's been, in the league now a couple years, but he's supposed to be a pretty damn good pitcher. His ERA was, solid. But like I said yesterday, it's like a mirror image of what Seth Lugo's done this year. Lugo, the better pitcher last night, full control from the chute.
Dominated.
Just absolutely just cooked Houston. In fact, I think the only run they got was some funky double that went over Vinny's head that somehow he didn't even know what happened. It was like the ball had legs and just
I'd never seen anything like that, man. And I've been watching baseball a long time. That thing, bing, right over his head like that.
Reminded me of when my grandma didn't cut the nerve out of the frog legs and put it in a frying pan. They went nuts in the kitchen. True story.
Oh, come on.
Dead serious. All my life. Blue Springs, Kings Ridge Drive. That's where the house was. She put frog legs in the frying pan. They're supposed to get all the nerves out. Shot right out of the pan. Didn't frog her throughout the house, but they shot out of the pan and flopped. I was like, I'll get McDonald's if we can on the way home. 6-year-old Dusty. But yeah, that was really the only way they got to run. They were dominated on both sides of the field when it comes to offense and defense. But that was a game that I think not just the Royals needed, but I think that was a game the fan base needed, because the fan base, a lot of people went out to those games to see Cags' debut at home, which, by the way, it's rough right now for him.
They're real rough, yeah. But Major League Baseball is a hard sport, brother.
Right.
It is hard.
Boston's number one prospect, they called him up, and he was hitting 0.63. And then he hit a home run, and we'll see where he goes. Nick Kurtz for Oakland. Now everybody wants to put him at the top because he's hit 2 pretty impactful home runs.
Yep.
He's gotten off to a slow start, but now has kind of taken off. And now all these prospects are starting to jump in the league at the same time. So you got the kid in Boston, you got the kid in Kansas City, you got the kids in Oakland, and everybody wants to compare each other right now. But that was a game last night. You could see it on his face where it was just like, I'm outmatched. I'm not seeing the ball right now. But again, 10 strikeouts in 57 plate appearances. That is a positive for Jack. He's not chasing, but he's also not producing the way that maybe they thought he would at this point. Again, only his 13th game of his MLB career. I'm not saying anything wrong, but maybe, it's one of those days where it's like, hey, we're going to give you Tuesday off, or we're going to give you Wednesday off, and then Thursday's day game, you can get back in there, but just take a little pressure off. You don't need to hit the 700-foot home run. Because I did see a lot of that on Twitter where it was like, once Jack gets one out, it's going to be like, all right, because I think he's starting to feel that I need to hit a home run. I need to hit some sort of big hit. And I think that weighs on you. And then last night, you didn't necessarily need him because everybody was doing their job as well. So when those guys do what they're supposed to do, which is your starting pitching, which looked just like Lugo last year, Bobby Witt Jr. looked like Bobby that is Bobby, and Sal Perez said, George Brett, I am now the captain.
Yeah, that is great. He tied George Brett. Or did he tie or pass? He passed George Brett right, with multi-homer games last night. And you know,
18th, George had 17,
right? Yeah. And I think one of the things that we're starting to realize and starting to understand is that Salvador Perez is the second greatest baseball player in Royals history. And I don't think there's any more debate on that one. And he's done an unbelievable job in his entire career, and it still continues to do it. Because without Salvi last night, do they win the game? Yes, because Bobby Witt had the big hit early and they scored 3 early runs, you know, on that one, and they didn't give up anything. But Salvador Perez is still going to be an impact and still needs to be an impact player for this team in order for them to get back to the postseason this year. And so as long as Salvi continues to hit the way that he hit last night and continues to have successes, he's going to be in that lineup every single day. And I know it's quick to, you know, send everybody to the, you know, Salvi's washed side of things, but Salvi proved last night that he is not washed. Salvi proved last night how valuable he still is to this ball club. And Salvi again proved last night he is the second best player in Kansas City Royals history. And the Jack Caglione thing, 2 strikeouts last night, you know, in that game, I don't mind giving him a day off at all today. I'm all for giving him a day off and realizing and letting him know that, hey, it's okay, man. Everybody deserves a day off. Everybody deserves a break. Get your head right a little bit. Take a deep breath and get back after this thing, you know, on Thursday. Or if you want to give him Thursday off, the day game, whatever it is. But I think it's getting to that point now where you kind of need to give him a day off and take that pressure off him and make him realize that he does not have to be that guy delivering home runs and all that stuff. Just go up there and, you know, do what you did. But we're also getting a lesson in how big that jump is from AA to AAA to the major leagues. It is a ginormous jump for a lot of people. For most people, it is a ginormous jump. And Jack's dealing with that, and probably the first time dealing with that failure. And that's what they always like to see at the big league level. How do these guys who have never failed before in their entire lives deal with failure? And we'll see how Jack Caglione deals with not having the successes that I think everybody wanted him, obviously, to have when he came up to the big league level. But I still don't believe that changes that they shouldn't have brought him up. They still should have made the move to bring him up. It's time. And as you mentioned, all these guys all over Major League Baseball, these young players, it's becoming a young players game now with the limited minor league teams that are around. And I like that for Major League Baseball. I'd rather see Jack Caglione up here trying to figure things out than dominate some retread down in AAA and hit 400. Everybody thinks everything's great. Get up here, fail, figure it out, fail, and continue to move your Major League career forward.
Yeah, somebody says on the text line, Dusty had Monday off, keep playing him. It's a different day off.
It's a different day
off.
It's
more of like, hey, he's going to sit down next to, whoever, who, might be a veteran. Like, let's say Mark Cannon doesn't play, and Mark Cannon's like, hey, kid, so here's the situation. Right. Like, here's what I would look for. Do you have anything like that? Or stand on the railing. You get the day off from the whole sport of baseball, but sometimes you just need a day to sit back, listen to some people, and watch the game. And then you go out there Thursday, 3 for 4, the home run, the wheels start turning. You have a comment in the rundown that says something about neighborhood douche.
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday with our friend Roy Mahoney and his neighborhood. So the word has made it out there, and it's out there, and a lot of people have been coming up to Roy in the neighborhood and talking about this neighbor. Apparently, this neighbor is a habitual text everybody else in the neighborhood type of guy, and so if you're that guy in the neighborhood where you're policing everybody else in the neighborhood, you suck. And so,
it sounds like he needs to leave.
Exactly.
If everybody is
exactly
cool with
right.
everybody, but one guy's not cool with everybody else, sounds like maybe you don't belong there.
Right. like you got to move out, man. Like it's time for you to go. And so we were talking to Roy last night, and I said, "What's going on with the neighborhood?" And he was saying more and more people are coming up to him, going, "Yeah, this guy's got a problem with everybody." Who are these people? He goes, "You've seen Christmas Vacation, right?" And I said, "Yes, I've seen Christmas Vacation." And it's Todd from next door at Christmas Vacation. Okay, that's who that is. It's the guy married to Julia Louis-Dreyfus, right? And so that's who the neighbor is. That guy who like, I guess no kids, is like, uppity and all this kind of stuff.
And Roy Mahoney's the guy they're saying the blank's full.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly right. Yeah.
I don't know whose side I'm on now. Like, I don't know if I want Randy Quaid next to me dumping sewage.
The whole neighborhood apparently is Randy Quaid doing all this kind of stuff. And this guy's Todd and Margot next door complaining about everything. And so people are fed up in the entire neighborhood. But I think that's the conclusion that I had. If it's bothering you that much with the whole neighborhood, maybe you should go. Maybe go get a place down in Tulite where you don't have to worry about your neighbor's garage, okay?
Coming up on the other side, J.J. Piccolo put somebody in a body bag yesterday, and Alex Gold did the right thing and asked him the right question. We will play that cut and discuss on Buy or Sell here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Foaling are doing something really, 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 really awesome. It is free Foaling Fridays every Friday now through July, and that means if you get to Foaling between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. on Friday, and as long as you're in the door by 6 p.m., you're going to be able to foal for free. It's outstanding. You're going to get an opportunity to experience the funkiest sports entertainment venue in Kansas City, and that is Foaling. Football plus bowling plus bar equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And where else would you rather be on a Friday afternoon than hanging out, having a couple of drinks, and Foaling? It is bowling, but with a football. You set up the bowling pins just like you would bowling, and you throw that football at them, you knock them down, you re-rack them, and you play again. And Foaling, the best part about that is it's perfect for everybody. Whether you're on a date, whether you're out with guys, whether you're hanging out with your family, whether you're doing a work event, Foaling is great for everyone. And it's the place to host private and corporate events as well, because they allow you to cater your own food. You could order it ahead of time or just order it when you're there and have it delivered. Plus, their world-class bar is fantastic, great cocktails, and an amazing beer selection. So reserve your lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your foal on.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Summer is about feeling your best, and Heartland Men's Health is about making you feel your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one you love. But if erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can quietly steal that confidence. Remember that first time that you failed in the bedroom? You just laughed it off, and then it happened again, and then again, and then again. And then you found out, well, maybe I have a problem. Maybe these pills I'm using just are working okay, but they could be better. There are a few things more wonderful in life than intimacy, but when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have a devastating effect on your relationship. So go see my people over at Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if a medically advised test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's the spring sales event at Rob Sight Ford, and I'm here with the man himself, Rob Sight. Rob, you already stole the spotlight. Now what are you trying to take?
Just your attention, Kevin, and maybe a few trade-ins. Now, we've got up to $14,000 off new Fords with employee pricing, plus our own dealer discount.
$14,000. That's hotter than your Sunday barbecue.
Exactly, and unlike your burgers, these deals won't dry out. We've got hard-to-find inventory, huge trade-in values, and our non-commissioned sales team makes everything so easy.
No pressure, just real help. Even I'll admit it, it's the best place in Kansas City to buy a car, and I don't hand out compliments lightly, or seconds.
That's a fact. And don't forget, we're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 reviews, and 0 grill marks.
All right, Rob, I'll give it to you, man. You're cooking up some real value over there.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit robsight.com. But hurry, these deals are sizzling and inventory's moving fast.
And tell him Rob sent you. No guarantees, but he might throw in a hot dog.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Honey, I am so glad we used Powell Exteriors KC. They make us look so smart, and our house is beautiful. Today, I caught Carol and Julie taking selfies with our house. I told them Powell Exteriors KC is having a schools out sale offering easy zero payment financing for 18 months on quality siding, windows, decks, custom patio covers, entry doors, roofing, and more. What are you waiting for? Read their Google reviews, visit them on Facebook, Instagram, or at powellkc.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Traffic brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. Road work at the 435-69 interchange south Overland Park will impact traffic flow today. Northbound 69 into the mix and the westbound 435 exit to northbound 69, both closed. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic. It's spring, time for yard work and watering. This month, Connolly Plumbing Solutions is offering a replacement outside faucet with access for only $3.99. Visit Connolly Plumbing Solutions or call 913-768-7676 to schedule.
For Salvador Perez, his second of the night, his third extra base hit of the night, his fourth RBI of the night, and the Royals lead it 5-1.
And that would probably be why he wears a C on his chest. Salvador Perez, tired of losing, got the day off, came out, absolutely fired away. What was it, like a double, a homer, just absolutely an offensive showing last night for Salvador Perez, Bobby Witt Jr. as well. And we'll keep track. We'll see how long that players-only meeting actually affected this team. The last time they had one with Raul Ibanez, it was about 2 weeks after, and they started rolling, and they never looked back after that 14-15 season when they went to the World Series, then won a World Series. This one happened last week after the Saturday night loss against the Sacramento Athletics. Then all of a sudden they get swept, and then they go on the road, and they have a day off. And last night they looked like a team of old. And this was J.J. Picollo yesterday, who joined Gold and Binkley at about 10:30 yesterday, because there was a report that we will get to. His response was classic, but this was J.J. on the players-only meeting.
You know, they're obviously feeling some pressure right now. Obviously, we're not playing as well as we're capable of playing, and you know, the coaches do as much as they can day to day. And one of the things we try to maintain is consistency in our practices, in our routines. So the coaches are always doing their part. But it means a lot more when somebody like Salvi or Bobby or Vinny, whoever, you know, was the lead voice in that. It means a lot more when it's coming from the players because they're holding themselves accountable. And I thought it was a very positive sign.
So that was the general manager of the Kansas City Royals, J.J. Picollo, on what the players-only meeting can do. Basically kind of just says what we all think should happen. Like, let your leaders talk and then let your leaders lead.
Yeah, and the leaders led yesterday, and that's what it's all about in baseball. That's what it's all about in professional sports. Go out there and make your players that get paid the most money, that are your stars, lead your team. And if they're not leading your team, well, the guy who's making $750,000 isn't going to lead your team. Like, if Bobby Witt and Salvi aren't doing it, Drew Waters ain't picking up the slack. Michael Garcia, as much as we like him, ain't picking up the slack. Kyle Isbell ain't picking up the slack for when your star players aren't producing. And when your star players produce, you win, you have success, and everything looks great.
Mm-hmm. And for those of you that were listening yesterday, we were, coming off the air about when this tweet came out. And I thought it was interesting because it said, I'm trying to think where the tweet was, but Alex has it. The guy actually listened to Alex's interview yesterday that made the tweet. But this was JJ's response to a tweet that said ownership has asked JJ to sell?
Consider.
It's like selling. I'm trying to find the tweet because it was hilarious.
Got it because there's people out there that are making it about themselves. So let me.
Oh, really?
Yes, for former PRP. I'm hearing Royals ownership has told JJ Piccolo to start thinking about trading some veteran talent.
Mm-hmm.
With that in mind, I certainly hope that Seth Lugo is on the Mets' radar. Now, first of all, a real reporter doesn't hope things for the team that they cover. I'm just going to put that out there right now. A real reporter doesn't hope that teams go out and make trades for some team that they're covering.
Yeah. So then this was JJ's response.
Unequivocally false. That is as false as can be, and the accountability of that writer should be in question.
Yeah, it's a great answer by JJ.
And
it really is.
And then Sam Mellinger, the vice president of communication for the Kansas City Royals, responded to the tweet that the guy said, what was it here? He says, "This is non-true, 0%. Please kindly stop making things up."
Yeah, exactly. Great tweet by Sam, right? And that's where, that's where you just got kicked in the balls by the VP of PR. And I can tell you.
And the GM
of the team just kicked you in the balls. You need to you need to retract that. And I can tell you, look, I did. This was one yesterday where I don't call people a lot, and bother these guys a lot. But yesterday was one of those where all right, I need to make some phone calls on this one. And I can tell you from everybody I talked to, both inside the organization and even with other organizations, people are pissed off about this, and they are really pissed off about this guy's report. And if anything, this report may be the thing that flips the switch for the Royals and turns things in the right direction, because there is downright anger at this guy. And I talked to somebody close to ownership yesterday, and what they're saying to me is we're very supportive of everything that's going on right now with JJ and the team, and we don't feel like we should be sellers at this point. There's now 36 more games to go before the trade deadline. A lot can change during that time. And I talked to someone close to ownership who even called the report yesterday bull blank in a text to me. And that's how pissed off guys are in the organization. I talked to people outside the Royals organization with other teams. They go, that's not true. That's not happening at all around baseball. So you have officials of other teams and people with the Royals both telling me how erroneous of a report that is. And those are the narratives that get out there. And because somebody puts that crap on Twitter, then fans in Kansas City start to believe that this is the case. And that's not the case at all. John Sherman has never been that owner to bail. And we can do a quick history lesson on John Sherman. When he came in, one of the first things he did in that first offseason is he told Dayton Moore, he said, please, here's money, go spend it so the fans understand that I am willing to spend money and I am not a cheapskate. I am not a skinflint. I am not David Glass. I am going to go out there and I am going to spend money. And they went and spent money, and it was the Carlos Santana year, and you got some guys that were available, but they showed that they were going to spend money. Then what does he do? He supports his entire organization during COVID and keeps people employed during COVID when many other teams, most teams, shut them down, didn't pay anybody. John Sherman kept everybody on payroll, paid the minor league players, paid the front office people. John Sherman's investing $1 billion, wherever it may be, to build a new stadium. John Sherman signed Bobby Witt. John Sherman signed Cole Reagans. John Sherman signed Seth Lugo. John Sherman signed, what in John Sherman's MO would give anybody the impression that he's bailing on a season right now when they're 3 games below 500 and they've invested a lot into this. You don't do that when you're the owner of a franchise, and John Sherman's not that type of guy. And so that asshat who was putting that kind of stuff out there is wrong, and he's pissed off a lot of people, and this may be the springboard that this organization needs to double bird whoever the hell that loser was making up fake reports about their team. It's game on here in Kansas City, because I can tell you what, the conversations yesterday that I had with people were heated, and they were pissed, and they were upset about it. I can't imagine what the players and the rest of the organization is feeling right now.
No doubt. Yeah, that's why it's tough when you get people out there, because this guy, his name was Mark Healy. I guess we in a world judge like how many followers, what your status is. 9.7 thousand followers. Editor-in-chief at the Rockaway Wave. Anybody ever heard of that?
No.
Okay. And writer at Sirius XM Fantasy Host and Baseball Digest.
Right.
So,
but I think you're forgetting one key thing.
Mets
here,
fan.
Dusty. But no, past AP writer.
Founder and author, past.
Right.
Past AP writer. So there, whatever it may be.
He's the editor-in-chief of some fake publication that we never heard of, used to work for the Associated Press, and is creating rumors out there about the Royals.
Yeah, and he kind of got into it back and forth because after Sam Ellinger says, kindly stop making things up. I don't make things up, Sam. I appreciate how quickly you and JJ responded to the report. Mellinger responds with, LOL, period. Zero truth to it. And you know it.
Yeah.
So the guy, standing his ground, doing everything he can. He's talking like who he's asking, who he's talking to, all these sort of things. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. The guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's hoping that the Mets go out and get somebody because he's from New York, lives in New York, and wants the Mets to go to the World Series. And where he looks at is Seth Lugo, and he makes him a false claim.
Right.
Because the Royals aren't sellers. 2.5 games out of the wild card. A lot of teams in front of you. But again, like Bob said, there's 36 days until the trade deadline. You still have an entire All-Star break, and then a week after to make up your decision. You'll get Cole Reagans back during that period after the All-Star game. I believe from what JJ said Sunday in his pregame show with Jake Eisenberg or Ryan Lefevre about how they want to hold on, the shoulder, keep off. Take the time off, take the All-Star break off, get your mind right, get your shoulder right, and then we come back and make that push. Again, 2.5 out. And this was J.J. Piccolo on how he still has confidence in this team.
I do. I mean, we've known these guys for a lot of years. They've done a wonderful job. I mean, 2 of the 3 that are in the trenches every day were with these guys going through the minor leagues. They've built relationships. They have trust in each other. Players have trust in them. They feel it just as much as the players do, and they want to, wave the magic wand and try to figure out what each guy needs. But really, it's just staying positive right now, understanding the history between the coaches and the players, and the reminders. Nobody knows our current hitters as well as the guys in our batting cages every day. I mean, they live with them every day. They understand their swings. They understand what makes them tick. And now it's just a matter of trying to tweak some things here and there, but also stay positive. You've got to stay positive through these tougher times. And I know we have the right guys that will stay positive, and they put the work in every day. I can tell you this, today in Texas is not going to look any different than last year in Texas as far as the energy and the positivity and our processes. But now the challenge is a little bit greater because the confidence, is wavering a little bit. But all it takes is one little good run offensively to get that confidence back, and you just go play baseball.
Speak it into existence.
That's
JJ.
exactly right, man. That's exactly right. And also stop making up fake reports, Mets fans. I mean, just stop making up fake reports about all that kind of stuff. But also speak it into existence, and it did go into existence last night. They played great baseball last night. And so now you got to capitalize on that. And you don't let one game just go by the wayside. All right, we had a great game last night. How do we build on that? And that's where, your starting pitching, which has been great for the last 2 years basically, that's where they pick each other up. All right, Lugo went out and dealt last night. right, I'm going to go out and deal tonight. Then the next guy's going to go out and deal. And you kind of keep that train going in the lineup as well. Salvi got big hits. Bobby got big hits. Vinny was big last night. Could have been bigger if the ballpark was a couple feet smaller, Like that ball even would have been out of Yankee Stadium. That's 408 feet. That's 413 feet, the dead center field. That ball would have been out of Kauffman at that point. And that's 410. That tells you how big that ballpark is. So that was the night that you needed last night for the Royals. They bounced back. They used that team meeting. The stars were stars, and they shut down an erroneous report. And sometimes it's fun when everybody has a common enemy to go after, right? Like this guy in New York right now, how that bonds everybody together. When everybody's got that common enemy, it bonds you all together. And I think this guy in Boston or in New York may be that common enemy who's talking smack on this team to try to get Seth Lugo on his.
What's even interesting more is that he wasn't really talking smack on the team. He was talking smack on the ownership.
Well, how does a guy in New York even have any idea of what's going on with ownership in Kansas City?
He doesn't.
Right.
He's got somebody somewhere around that's like a small spider within the walls that he's like, I think if they're going to sell, they might sell Lugo. You know what? I'm going to run with that.
Right.
And then it's somewhat our fault too.
Or hear how it goes is he's standing around a batting cage because you've been there, and reporters BS with each other, and somebody BS's with him, and somebody probably said, well, the Royals should really consider selling right now. They're no good, and they got Seth Lugo, and we can use him here. And he took that and thought maybe the Royals are considering selling. Whatever it is, they're not right now, and that's not the MO of John Sherman at this point in time. They're vying for the postseason. They're not looking to sell any of their players, again, at this point in time. If things can go south, then that changes in 36 days. Like life changes on a dime all the time. Things you say on Tuesday may not be true on Wednesday if certain things happen and certain circumstances change, and that could all change. But as of right now, that's just false. They're not trading anybody.
It's also partially our fault, too, for, running with the report that, this is interesting. Why don't you let JJ strike it first, and then you go after him. But, that came out, and, we read it, and then JJ joined Alex and Bink 30 minutes later, and then the guy was irrelevant. But guys that do know what they're talking about, and a guy who knows what he's talking about, Josh Vernier, who joined us Monday, I wanted to play this audio for you because he had this to say about Bobby Witt Jr. getting things going in Texas.
But the Royals going back to Arlington, it's always a pivot point in the season, sadly, for Bobby Witt Jr., his big league his first season in the show, he got off to a tough start. He goes to Arlington. He's driving past the ballpark he went to as a kid, and it reminded him of how lucky he was, and Bobby took off after that. Second season, something similar happened. Last year, he didn't need it because he was the MVP, and, well, it looks like Bobby needs it again. Maybe getting back in Arlington, being back around not just the family, but, being back home, maybe getting that reminder of, you're still something else, man. I mean, for as disappointing as this season has been, you're still one of the top 10 players in Major League Baseball based off of WAR. So I expect when the Royals return to Kauffman Stadium to take on the Dodgers, I expect MVP Bobby Witt Jr. to be back, and hopefully he has a new teammate.
So there you go. We'll see about the new teammate. But
that one there at the end. Hopefully he has a new teammate.
So we'll see what that happens there. But that is, one of the, better things to hear from Vern is to tell you, hey, this is a guy who follows the team for 162 for every single year. Arlington, or I guess it's more so like Dallas nowadays, is the place where Bobby goes to kind of get right, goes back home, gets that feel. Last night, Bobby looked like Bobby, and it was off to a great start, and the team followed suit.
Yeah, I mean, that sometimes that's what it takes, a little bit of home cooking, a little bit of familiar surroundings, see some people that are familiar in your life. Maybe you run into Pops down there. Maybe it's Mom. Maybe it's your sister. Maybe it's somebody who goes, hey, what are you doing, man? Stop pressing up there. Just go be you. And sometimes hearing it from your family helps a little bit, or just being comfortable and being in your surroundings. Maybe he saw his old high school coach or a buddy of his or somebody like that. Who knows what happens? But, he always plays well down there. And we saw it in the All-Star game last year. And, look, we saw it again last night. And last night was very, very important to see Bobby Witt get the bat going.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun when it looks like that last night, because that was classic Royals there. I guess classic. That was from Royals of 2024. That we thought we'd see a lot more of in 2025, and maybe we will see more of it, because this team is a team of streaks, man. They've had a winning streak that was massive. They had a losing streak that was massive, and maybe now they get back into the right things and get going. But it is a Wednesday.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
So we have our Fescoe and Dusty poll that will go up on X. It'll be on the Fan 965. Dan Mears retired yesterday as the KC Wolf mascot. Dan Mears, does he belong in the Ring of Honor? I think all three of us say yes.
Hell yeah,
I think
does.
so.
Now, do you put him in as Dan Mears or do you put him in as KC Wolf 1 or something like that, you know?
I think you'd have to put him in as Dan Mears.
I think so, too.
And then when people that maybe aren't aware of who Dan Mears is and they look up in the Ring of Honor like, Dan Mears, they say, oh, that was KC Wolf. All right, cool. Well, what's that story? Now you get it. Because I'm always big into, like, you search a name and then you find out, like, the origin of where it all started, right? Like, you look up Pearl Jam and you find out their original name was Mookie Blaylock. And then you're like, well, I didn't know that. And then you go down this rabbit hole and you're like, oh, Mookie Blaylock. They originally were this name. Now they're Pearl Jam. Why'd they change their name? And then you look at, the Ring of Honor. You're like, oh, I'm a young kid. Christian Okoye. Oh, did you know that? Like all this sort of stuff happened. So I think they should leave it as Dan Mears. And then I think they should put a little wolf like mascot face next to it.
I like that.
Instead of like
yeah.
the number where it says like Derek Thomas
For
58, it says Dan Mears and there's a wolf.
Like him riding the ATV or something.
Yeah, like if you could put
really
that
would
up
go down
there,
a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean seriously.
They used to do this.
Yeah.
They used to spear people in Raiders shirts.
Hell yeah, they
But
did.
yeah, it was a I don't know, bittersweet day yesterday because 35 years in the business as a mascot, you finally want to hang it up and kind of do your own thing in life. And
I mean,
what a
how
guy.
old can you really do that too? Being in that suit, doing all those stunts, like I mean, that is a young person's job, right? I mean, you don't want to be Jerry Anselmo and falling all over the KC Wolf outfit, right? Like you don't want that in your life. But Dan was great, and the reason I think Dan Mears belongs in the Ring of Honor, and I'm sure we're going to get pushback from people he didn't play and all that kind of stuff. There was about 25 years where the Chiefs didn't play, and you went to those games and you saw KC Wolf, and he entertained the hell out of you, And he was phenomenal. He was awesome. Became one of the best mascots out there. Everybody loved. We talked about the ATV stuff that they used to do back in the day and how awesome that was, and him being under the goalpost when they kick a field goal, or the opposition, and he's doing all that kind of stuff,
so
like
good.
the reactions of the fans and all of that, and it also gives an opportunity to explain why there's a KC Wolf and the origins of all of that. And so I think it's awesome that Dan Mears goes into the Ring of Honor. I think it's important that he goes into the Ring of Honor because I think he is a very important person when it comes to the history of the Kansas City Chiefs and telling the story of this franchise and letting everybody know this was the first mascot that we had here. He's in the Mascot Hall of Fame. He had entertained us for all of these years when Tyler Palko was playing quarterback. Everybody knows who KC Wolf is. Absolutely 100% Ring of Honor with him.
I think some of my favorite parts of KC Wolf were like the downtimes. Because anytime that another touchdown was scored, they would kick a field goal to take the lead. He would just faint like below the goalpost,
Yes.
and you're like, he's mascots can feel. But like Mac brought this up because I remember when I was a kid, like he came to our school, and that was really special because it was KC Wolf, and you're like, that's the first. I understand I have a kid's mentality. But I mean, even like seeing the teachers' face and reactions, because one, they didn't have to teach that day; they got to go to an assembly. But it was definitely cool because it was, I don't know, larger than life at the point in my life where I'm like, this is the mascot of the Chiefs. Like this was more than if like Mahomes were to walk into the building at the time, because I wasn't old enough to understand, but I knew what a mascot was, and it was cool to me.
Well, and he was nice. He'd look you in the eye, came up to every kid, made you feel like you were an individual. Like he gave you the time of day with 100 other kids. He came and smiled at you, did the wolf thing, did a dance. I mean, that was like one of the best days of my middle school career.
I like how you said he gave you the eye contact, those huge eyes.
Huge eyes, right? Yeah, but I'm a little kid. I'm like, the wolf's looking at me.
But they weren't left and right; they were centered.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You could spin those things around. Just a great mascot, great guy, and has done so much to bring joy to people in Kansas City. I mean, because you see him all the time at whether he's going to the hospital to visit kids, schools to visit kids, birthday party, whatever the case may be, man. Have party, have Wolf, we'll hire, and Dan would be there and entertain people.
So again, you can go to our Fescoe and Dusty poll question on the Fan 965. Does Dan Mears belong in the Ring of Honor? We unanimously as a show say yes. And we will talk to our guy who will be with Alex Gold next, Jay Binkley. We'll ask him the question, put him on the spot if Dan Mears belongs to be in the Ring of Honor. Mr. KC mock draft himself, Jay Binkley, joins us on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Hey guys, Dusty Likens here. If you hear my voice, you know there's probably something about Surfside coming right behind it, and you couldn't be more right about that. And that's because there's only one thing better than Surfside in baseball, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka and Surfside iced tea and vodka on that golf course. That's right. It's golf season, baby, and there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brew tea. It's only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right. 0 carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairways, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Dusty Likens and the Kansas City Royals. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 years of age.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late, and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals starting up this week. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with that potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Alex to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued not withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th in Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com. Royals coverage sponsored by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, a contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Located in KC and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
All overnight construction is wrapped up and all active roadwork zones are clear right now. Of course, this doesn't include closures like the northbound 169 ramp to westbound 9. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
From the 816, Casey Wolf absolutely belongs in the Ring of Honor. Dan Mears is who we were saying, but yeah, he played. And then Casey, as in like Casey Affleck. Casey Wolf was electric at school, and beating up other mascots pregame at the 50-yard line was always epic as a kid. I always remember that. And the hip thrusts, those as well. But we will be joined by Jay Binkley in just a second here, I think. He's got a big show today, though. He's got
big show today.
He's got 4 hours with Mr. Gold again.
He wanted to come in early this morning and be with us live. And I'm like, Jay, you don't have to come in live with us, man.
It's time for the College Football Report with Jay Binkley.
I'm still not sure I'm not Dusty's dad, but regardless.
On your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Binkley, I saw an ad on TV just now for $15.99, all you can eat at Applebee's. Chicken strips, fried shrimp, or ribs. Which one do you go with?
Ooh, probably the ribs. But where are the Applebee's? Didn't they close a bunch of those? But now they're still like one of the top 5, chains in America. But I can't find any of them.
Binkley, you can come to my hometown, right off of 7 Highway and I-70, right there in the corner. Oh, yeah, baby.
Smash. I know they closed the one up here.
Well, I mean, you're going to have to
They're
get out of the
making a comeback,
Northland.
though. They did a lot of stuff in college football, and they did a lot of advertising, so props to them. They're in the top 5.
Applebee's, look at you there, man. The Applebee's song at the halftime of the Cincinnati game still is a reason why I won't go, because it cost all of us the game. So, I mean, that guy singing and all the Johnson County moms dancing, that really threw everything into a loop that day, Jay.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to see that happen. They're all dancing out there. I wonder if Cody, I know he went down to Texas for his daughter's dance competition. I thought Cody went down there to dance. So I thought maybe
dancing,
Cody,
not singing.
Okay, I thought he was down there dancing, and that's why they won last night. So.
Yeah, no.
Binkley, what surprised you, or not surprised you? What satisfied you the most in last night's game, without saying the name Salvador Perez?
Well, I guess your dogs being dogs, you see Bobby Witt getting things turned around, but attacking that pitcher, Leiter's only given up 6 home runs all year. 3 of those were last night. So it's a guy that doesn't really give up a lot of home runs, and they easily could have had 4. So that really stood out to me that, the Royals were hitting him out of the park against a pitcher that doesn't give up home runs this year, because he's been very good at it. But boom, the Royals all of a sudden have half his total just in one night.
Bink, before we get into the NFL and some of that stuff, there was a comment yesterday by a Vanderbilt football player that they're going to be better than Tennessee and all this kind of stuff, right? And we kind of laughed at that. But then you take a step back and you realize with the NIL, like the preconceived notions about teams and programs that we all had are going to change, because there's going to be alumni that step up and make this NIL thing, different than what we've been used to over these years. Are you prepared for a shift in college football where maybe some of the programs that haven't been good are, and maybe some of the programs that have been, some of the teams you think are good aren't going to be as good anymore?
I think you have to sometimes, because it's just how long they let these guys play. The quarterback that made those comments was Diego Pavia. They used to be at New Mexico State and various other places before he went to Tennessee. He's been playing forever, man. The dude even got an extra year to play this year because his lawsuit fought the fought the old NCAA as far as can JUCO years count against your NCAA eligibility, and they said no. So you could play JUCO football and then turn around and play Division I, and it wouldn't count against you. Where it used to be, you play 2 years of JUCO, you just have 2 years of eligibility in the NCAA to play football. So he fought that. But yeah, guys are staying on school so much longer. I mean, you're talking, 24, 25-year-old guys now. So yeah, it does change the landscape. I think Neil has completely changed how we look at teams. I think it really has for basketball too. Basketball, football, but basketball, you put up 20 points a game in the MAC, you're playing in the Big 12 the next year.
Yeah, Binkley, let's shift over to the Kansas City Chiefs. Trey Smith was at minicamp yesterday. Good sign there, you'd think, right?
I do think so. And the one thing about it is telling Alex yesterday, it's just how much respect there is between both the Chiefs and Trey Smith. I'll never forget when he was drafted in the 6th round. Chiefs took a chance on him. It was during COVID and all that, and they're doing their Zooms and the press conferences after they're drafted. He's got the Chiefs draft hat on. I always thought that was kind of different because 6th-round picks don't get team hats of all the different teams, but he got it because he was expected to go much earlier. But the Chiefs showed a lot of faith in him. He comes to Kansas City. He's done nothing but be in the Super Bowl. He's got 2 rings, went to another one. Like, the Chiefs stood up for that. And not only that, Bob will tell you how much he does in the community.
Yeah.
Like how much he embraces Kansas City, going down to Mitch Holtz's event down in Smith Center and everything he does. So the fact that he was there, I thought it was no surprise at all. I thought it was a good sign. You see all these holdouts and hold-ins with any other team, and you get this, kind of diversity between the team and the player, like what's going on with Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. And then, of course, their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, who won't even practice, didn't sign his contract.
Not even in the city.
Well, he was showing up, and he wasn't there. But I get that. He didn't have a contract and all that. But I knew this thing was going to be pretty smooth between Trey Smith and the Chiefs because there's just so much respect between both. So, yeah, I wasn't worried about the Trey Smith deal at all. It was good to see him there. He was in the pads and had the elbow pads on and everything else. But it's kind of pro he is, man. This kid's a pro's pro, and he loves the city, and the Chiefs love him back.
Well, you don't show up to mandatory minicamp if you're not close to getting something done, right? And so
100%, you don't do it. That's
right.
a good sign.
Yeah.
That shows you the Chiefs' focus. When he shows up to that shows you where they're at. It also shows you up when Kelsey, was in France the day before, and boom, he shows up in the morning and ends up at minicamp.
Yeah.
That it shows you their focus. And I know Lamar Jackson was out there saying, this is going to be a revenge season. We're going to take vengeance out on teams, talking about Buffalo beating them last year in the playoffs and things like that. That's kind of the mindset of the Chiefs as well. And when you see that kind of situation with the Chiefs in minicamp, in your tight ends in France, and then ends up at your practice the next day, that shows commitment. Trey Smith shows commitment by being in Kansas City for the mandatory minicamp. They've got this culture now, man. You talk about that culture in sports. It's all like, team meetings and players-only meetings are one thing, but actually building a culture where you hold everybody accountable and you're all going for the same goal. That's why this team wins all the time. This is why this team has 7 straight AFC title games. This is why Mahomes is doing what he's doing and leading the Chiefs to the Super Bowl seemingly every year. It's their commitment, man, and it showed it yesterday with Trey Smith at that practice.
Well, and I think also, too, Jay, a lot of that is a bunch of, talk until you actually do it. And the Chiefs are one of the few teams in professional sports that actually, did it. And when you were talking about, revenge with Lamar Jackson and losing to Buffalo and all that kind of stuff, I'm thinking to myself, he can talk it all he wants. It's what everybody says in the offseason. They're going to get revenge. But when the Chiefs say it, they actually go out and do it. They've got a track record of going out there and doing it. So when they talk about revenge, that's legit to me. That's not just some team that's never done it before bloviating, we're going to get revenge. This Chiefs no, we're going to get revenge, and we have shown you that when we say that, we actually do get revenge.
Yeah, some teams have it and some teams don't. Just like the Florida Panthers who won the Stanley Cup last night. That was their 3rd straight Stanley Cup. They're the Chiefs on ice. Chiefs went to 3 straight Super Bowls. The Panthers went to 3 straight Stanley Cups. They won 2 of those 3. They lost one back-to-back. That's the same situation. These organizations just expect to win. Mm-hmm. And if they don't, the next year they're going to be right back there and doing it. That's what the Florida Panthers have done. That's what the Kansas City Chiefs have done. I mean, in the 4 major pro sports in this country, you have 2 of them consumed by teams that went to 3 straight championships. That doesn't happen by accident.
No, it really doesn't. You have to have your house in order, and the Chiefs do. And right now, it's just finish out minicamp, take up a little bit of a break, get to training camp, and let's start this thing, and the revenge tour begins. And I'm excited about the revenge tour because I think it's going to be awesome, Jay. I think it's going to be one of the best seasons we've ever seen.
No, I'm with you. In the whole revenge tour, like the Chiefs are the one team that can claim revenge tour. You know, I don't want to hear the Ravens talking about it. I don't want to hear the Bills talking about it. The Chiefs are the ones that did not play Chiefs football when it got to the Super Bowl. They're the ones that actually made it. So all these other teams talking about revenge tour and all that, that's fine, that's cute and everything like that. The Chiefs are the only team that can claim that.
And the other thing, too, is Brett Veach might have done it again with the Josh Simmons pick at left tackle because it sounds like he might start from day one.
Well, you know, let's hope. I know by listening to his presser and everything, the Chiefs are going to take it slow with him. I mean, so I don't know. I don't know.
He's like
I mean,
Cags?
You know, they're going to take it slow with him, and the training staff's working with him and stuff like that. I was listening to his press conference, and he kind of said, you know, it's a big jump. It's not as big as you think. And we had some guys at Ohio State, and it's like, man, the speed at the NFL is a much different level. But I don't know, man. There's no guarantee that he's going to be there on day one. There's a lot more talk about Jalen Moore and things like that. I even heard, you know, Ian Rappaport was on last night talking about maybe the possibility of a swing tackle situation for Josh Simmons. I don't know. We'll see what happens in camp. I just see them taking it slow with him when they get to St. Joe. Don't forget Wanye Morris was that tackle before they slid Kingsley Sumatia in there for game one, but through OTAs and everything else, it was Wanye Morris. Let's see how it goes with camp. Do I think that they could shelve him for a couple of days or maybe a week? I think so, because they don't want to run him, man. I mean, they're going to take their time with Josh Simmons. That's how I look at that. But they need him. It's the most crucial. You think about this offensive line, everybody thinks this offensive line it was so bad last year. Well, they did boast 2 first-team All-Pros in Tooney and Creed Humphrey, and they had Trey Smith. They went to the Pro Bowls. That's 3 Pro Bowlers on that offensive line. It's just that glaring weakness at left tackle, and hopefully he's the answer.
Binkley, we appreciate it. Continue to babysit the hottest bachelor in Kansas City, Mr. Alex Gold, and we will see you in about 3 minutes here at the station.
He's in the parking lot right
now.
I'm going to tell you, that guy gets more people looking for him to find a date than anybody I've ever met in my entire life.
Hey, Bob, do you want to know a weird stat?
Yes.
Do you know that that's 31 straight Stanley Cups now that have been won by American teams?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that's crazy.
Like a Canadian team has never won in Mac's lifetime.
Well, yeah, exactly. 31 years. It's insane.
I mean, they haven't won a Stanley Cup in Canada since I was in high school, Jay, since you were sitting down in Pitt State drinking with my wife.
Yeah, 31 years, man. That's true. Yeah, I was at high school, Bob. But
did my wife drink a lot in college, Jay? Be honest.
I don't remember, man. I don't think so. I was just always so hammered. I don't remember anybody else drinking.
We'll leave on that positive note. Binkley, we'll see you soon, man. Take care.
See ya.
Did you expect anything less?
I didn't know what I was going to get from an answer.
I was hammered all the time. I don't really remember. Sometimes Jen was maybe like a Zima gal. That seems like prime Zima time.
I think back then it was probably like
Red Dog is what Binkley was drinking for sure.
Oh, there's no question he was drinking Red Dog back in the day. Hell, I drank Red Dog back in the day. Then they discontinued it for a good reason. It was awful. But no, I think she was like, trash can punch type stuff, Everclear and grape juice and that kind of stuff. And, when you puke, it's grape all over the place. You like that? You like Everclear and grape juice?
You don't taste the booze. Baby. Yeah. And you just have to pay $5 at the door and drink till you can't, man.
Dip your cup in where everybody else is dipping their cup in and drinking that stuff, man. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Back then, I didn't know what germs were.
That's true. We really didn't.
And you always had that one guy's like, it doesn't matter. Alcohol kills all germs. All right, cool. Do we even know what we're talking about?
No.
Nope. Not a chance.
Kind of like that guy in New York saying the Royals ownership should sell. Who's dumber, that guy or a guy who says alcohol kills all the germs?
No doubt. Coming up on the other side, we talk about this Royals hitting last night and the status of one coach or manager on the team. Up on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what yo, man?
On your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
I love talking about my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control because they have made our lives so much easier. And that's what it's all about, guys, right? Trying to figure out how to make your life easier. Well, I know my life's easier because I don't have to worry about mowing the yard. I don't have to worry about edging. I don't have to worry about weed eating. I don't have to worry about the weeds. I don't have to worry about any of that because the college-educated professionals at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have taken over, and they've done an unbelievable job. We have fought with our lawn for years, and we're finally now at a point where we can be proud of the lawn we have, and that's because the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control know exactly what they're doing. They've been doing this since 1985, and they offer award-winning services like lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. And we have the pest control portion as well. That mosquito dome over the house to keep all of the bugs out all summer long has been awesome. We're able to sit outside and enjoy our yard now because we don't have the mosquitoes, the fleas, the ticks. Our dog can enjoy it. Our friends can enjoy it. We can enjoy it as well. So get in touch with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control today. They're going to give you that free estimate and up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
0% financing is back at Reiselman Nissan. That's right, 0% APR for 60 months on brand new Rogues and Pathfinders. Or choose 1.9% for 72 months. Even 84 months at just 3.49% APR. Looking for power? Get up to $6,000 in total rebates on new Frontiers. And don't miss 1.9% APR for 60 months on the bold and stylish Murano. These are some of the lowest rates we've seen all year, and inventory's moving fast. Visit Reiselman.com for full details. Reiselman Nissan. Every customer, every time.
One of my favorite things to do at Hy-Vee is saving money on gas. And this weekend, I'm in luck. This Saturday, June 21st and Sunday, June 22nd, earn a 30-cent per gallon fuel discount with every $60 grocery purchase at Hy-Vee. And Hy-Vee isn't just saving us money at the pump. They're lowering prices in every department. And on top of that, you can save on fuel as well. So this weekend, stock up for summer and stack up those fuel savings this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Nothing tastes better than sweet summer corn or a juicy ripe watermelon. Indulge yourself in the fresh taste of summer this Thursday through Sunday at Hy-Vee. We're rolling back prices on your favorite produce like sweet corn, 4 for $1, avocados just 69 cents, seedless grapes 99 cents a pound, candy cantaloupe $1.99, and russet potato 5-pound bags just $1.48. Stock up on all the juicy deals during the mega produce sale this Thursday through Sunday only at Hy-Vee.
When it was time to get the outside of our home painted, I knew I could count on CertaPro Painters to get the job done right. And CertaPro Painters understands the needs and situations of all their clients. They will work around your schedule and they'll make the painting experience seamless and easy. CertaPro Painters is perfect for your home or business, just like they were for ours. Spots are filling up fast, so schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated.
Guys, are you looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad the extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? The Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultations and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. And with the freedom to choose in-care center or at-home treatment, you're helping put Dad back in control of his health. From now until the 21st, enjoy a free B12 shot when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Ever been crammed in a car on a road trip, knees to your chest, wishing for more space? Yeah, not anymore. Introducing the all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, our first 3-row all-electric EV. That's right, space. Finally, in an EV. With class-leading interior space, there's room for the whole crew and their gear. Road trippers, carpoolers, gear haulers, families. This EV is built for your kind of adventure. And the Ioniq 9 rear-wheel drive S-Trim, it delivers an EPA estimate 335 miles on a full charge. Actual range will vary. Plug into a 3250 kilowatt DC ultra-fast charger and CCS adapter, and in just 15 minutes, you can get up to 150 miles of range. Actual charge time may vary. Plus, you get tech infused with standard safety features like Highway Driving Assist 2 and Blind Spot Collision Avoidance Assist. And with a 10-year, 100,000-mile battery warranty, the road ahead is wide open. EVs aren't just for city driving anymore. The Ioniq 9 is for those who go further. Literally. Learn more about the Ioniq 9 at HyundaiUSA.com. Call 562-314-4603 for complete details.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
All overnight construction is wrapped up and all active roadwork zones are clear right now. Of course, this doesn't include closures like the northbound 169 ramp to westbound 9. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Right back at it here on a Wednesday. For all three of us, our Friday. So we'll sprinkle in some topics that we normally do on Thursday and Friday today. We'll have Matt Cotrero on at 9 o'clock today, so stay tuned for that as well. Jay Binkley just joined us. He's in with Alex Gold again today, as I'm sure they'll talk more and more about what's going on at minicamp with Trey Smith. Good to hear what Binkley had to say about that as well. Huge Trey Smith fan. Glad to see him out there and know that he's about that life.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they're going to take care of me. I'm going to take care of them. And this is one of those things where I thought Chris Jones said it great. He took a different approach to me, which is probably best.
Probably the right move to do, not to do what I did. But no, I mean, like, it's a balancing act. Like, if Trey didn't show up, I would definitely understand not showing up. You don't have the contract that you want. I get it. You got one opportunity really to kind of cash in the NFL, and Trey needs to make up for lost money over the last couple of years. So I would have understood if he wasn't there. But being there shows you that he is close and shows you that he is one of the kind of cornerstones of this franchise that they're going to build around, that they want to have, in their fold. And he's one of the good ones, man. Like, I love Trey to death. Like, he's just a super duper human being. He's a great person, and he's an even better football player. So it's just a really good fit for us here in Kansas City. It's a good fit for Trey as well. And I think something will get done. You don't show up to minicamp if you're not close to getting a deal done.
Real quickly, we get back to the poll question.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
So you can go over to our Twitter handle at thefan965. We have our poll question up. The poll question up for the Fescoe and Dusty poll question is: does Dan Mears, the 35-year-long KC Wolf mascot, belong in the Chiefs Ring of Honor? 62.4% say yes.
Good.
So leading in that category out of 109
I was worried,
votes.
so I'm glad.
What did you think it was going to be, Mac?
I just thought it was going to be maybe 60-40 the other way, of some people kind of, well, he didn't play football here. He's, that sort of attitude, rather like it's about the culture of the franchise, adding to the history, adding to the legacy. Casey Wolf did all that, man.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting topic that you bring up, because that's kind of the way I was leaning. And, I've been to all these ballparks that we do for our ballpark trip, and you go through and you see certain things that are very important to those people in that town. And if you're not from that place, you don't have any idea why this guy's got a statue or that guy's got a statue or why this person's name is up there. And then you have the opportunity to learn about that. And you go, oh, that's really cool. And then you see, who they're honoring and whatnot. And that's kind of where it is for Casey Wolf. I mean, can you tell the story of the Kansas City Chiefs without Casey Wolf?
Exactly.
And, a lot of people say, well, yeah, it's all about the football that's on the field, but also it's all about the community that's involved with this team. And I think every child out there knows who Casey Wolf is, just like they know who Slugger is, right? And you know who these folks are, and they become an important part of, going to the game as a kid. Where's Casey Wolf or where's Slugger? They all love to see that mascot. And so that's, as a kid, how you kind of get into sports. You fall in love with the mascot, and then you fall in love with that sport. So I think Casey Wolf is a very, very important part of the history of the Kansas City Chiefs, and absolutely should be in the Ring of Honor.
A lot of people think that the important thing for the Royals is the voice inside the head of the hitters, but maybe the most important part is the bat inside the hitter's hands.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? And it ultimately just comes down to the players executing. And, with this erroneous report by whoever that guy was yesterday in New York, it forced me to make phone calls. I don't like bothering people all the time. I'm not one of those that every day I've got to call so-and-so or this guy to get information. But when stuff like this starts to kind of get peddled down of lies about the owner wanting the team to sell and whatnot, I feel like I've got to make some phone calls. And then you have some conversations about other things as well with people in the organization. And, the Zumwalt was actually brought up to me. And the person that I was talking to yesterday inside the organization says, I know Zumwalt's a big topic of discussion right now. And I said, well, obviously it's the hitting coach. It's what we do in sports, right? Offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, hitting coach. We know the litany of guys who get fired right away. And this person was telling me yesterday, he goes, there's not a better person to be our hitting coach than Alex Zumwalt right now. This guy has been with these guys for a very long time, through the minor leagues into where they are. He knows how they tick. And it's not like when I do something wrong and I don't do what I need to do, you don't blame my mother. It's not her fault. You didn't raise him right. No, he's 48 years old right now. He should figure things out on his own. Or, you don't blame the parents when kids do stuff as adults that they shouldn't be doing. And that's kind of where they are, I think, with Alex Zumwalt right now, because last year he was the hitting coach. Bobby Witt was a MVP. Vinny Pasquantino became one of the best hitters in baseball. We saw Salvador Perez have a great year last year. This year, it's Vinny and Vinny and Salvi aren't getting the job done. but Michael Garcia is, Kyle Isbell is, Drew Waters is having a nice year. Like, he's done a nice job with a lot of other players. Got, Jonathan India back on track. And then your all-stars, your superstars, actually performed like all-stars and superstars last night, and nobody's complaining about the hitting coach right now, right? It's not necessarily the hitting coach. It's about the guys going out there and doing the executing. Can a new voice sometimes be effective? Maybe. But then I got down a rabbit hole of, do teams get better? And overwhelmingly, teams either stay the same or get worse when you replace the hitting coach. And so they're not going to make that kind of move because they believe that they have the right guy. As of now, and again, all this can change as time moves on, but as of right now, they believe that they have the best guy who knows these players the best that can go out there and get the most out of them. And that's why they stick with Alex Zumwalt, because he's the parent. They're the kids. They're grown kids now. They got to go out there and take care of business themselves. It all comes down to those Vinny, Bobby, and Salvi. And if those guys are hitting, this offense is just fine.
No doubt about it. It was great to see that because last night those three guys did. I thought it was so crucial to hear that stat from the Royals broadcast team where Salvador Perez hits a home run at 396 feet, and Vinny Pasquantino flies out at 413. Vinny's got to be like, dude, I hit that ball 5 feet to the right. It's like golf.
Yeah.
I hit that ball 4 feet to the right and hit the side of the green and roll off. It goes right in the middle of the green and stays. But,
game of inches, they say all the time, and how hard it is to compete at the big league level. And, that was a shot by Vinny. I mean, that's gone in a lot of ballparks, right? Obviously, that one wasn't the other night, but, it comes with the territory. But, you got Salvi back on track. You've got Bobby back on track. And I'm not sitting here trying to be an Alex Zumwalt apologist. I'm just giving you the information that I received yesterday about Alex Zumwalt because everybody wants to talk about this guy, and everybody wants to throw him under the bus right now. And it's easy to blame the coach. You can't fire 26 players on your roster, 53 players on your roster. So it always starts with, the low-hanging fruit of the offensive coordinator, the hitting coach, or the defensive coordinator, or the pitching coach. And then we kind of go from there. But the Royals, as of right now, don't feel the need to make a change at that hitting coach position. And I don't blame him. I mean, this guy knows what he's doing. He's been around these guys for a while. They trust him right now. And so they'll figure it out. Eventually, you got to take onus on yourself and say, be a big boy, put your big boy pants on. And Bobby and Salvi did that last night.
Coming up on the other side, Mac hijacks the show with one word, plus we were, 80 days away? That's going to take a lot of math to get to where we are Monday by the time we get there. But we're 80 days away from the first real football game of the NFL season. I didn't make that up. The NFL did.
NFL did.
Sorry. We get to that. One word next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park and Go do an unbelievable job when it comes to airport parking. And I know when you go to the airport, sometimes you're in a hurry. Sometimes you need to get there as soon as possible. Well, Park and Go provides that because their shuttle meets you as soon as you pull in to their all-covered parking lot. And their service really begins before you even get to the airport. It begins with their website. It begins with their app, bookparkandgo.com, or their easy-to-use app. Just go and make your parking reservation immediately after you've made your flight reservation and prepay. That's when you're going to save money and get their lowest rate. And then it's all taken care of. Show up on the day of your flight. You see all of that covered parking. You're going to pull your car underneath, and it's going to be protected while you're out of town. But more importantly, as soon as you pull into that covered parking spot, the van meets you and takes you right to the airport terminal. There's no waiting at all. You don't have to sit there and hope a bus shows up. No. At Park and Go, as soon as you pull in, the bus follows you right to your spot and takes you right to the airport terminal. And when you get back after that long trip, you're tired and exhausted, just grab your bags and walk outside. The bus is there. Jump on it, and it's right back to the Park and Go lot. And join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Exercising and being outside are two things I love doing almost every day. I can't imagine joint pain slowing me down. The good news is, if you do have joint pain, I've got the answer for you. QC Kinetics has over 50,000 satisfied patients in less than a decade, and everyone is getting results with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime at all. QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of regenerative medicine. They use natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Regenerative medicine used to be an alternative, and now it's mainstream. So if you love being outside and working out as much as I do, or you just love to play golf or tennis or doing everyday activities, and you don't want to live with that joint pain any longer, call my friends over at QC Kinetics. Don't let sore knees or elbows or shoulders or a back keep you from doing the things you love. Call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299, 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
There is a broken down vehicle on 635 between Shawnee Drive exit 1 and Metropolitan Avenue exit 2. This is slowing things down through that area. And there are numerous roadwork areas scheduled for today, so use caution. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
I don't know what it is, but I want to drink a bourbon with Bill Brooks and have a dart. Have him narrate my life. Very short narration, be like 5 minutes, be over. There was this guy. He was really funny sometimes, but also dumb. R.I.P. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you.
And gone. I don't know why he's like Raspy Denny, but that's what it is. Here was a guy that drove like an idiot on I-70 and gone.
That's probably how he narrates the traffic. Bourbon and
He
dart.
sits there in the morning like
Yes.
a dark room filled with smoke from a cigar. There's a lot of crazy idiots out there.
Is there really any detail in those traffic reports? I mean, you could just sit there and go, there's traffic on I-70 and 435 today. Buckle up. Have a good day. I'm Bill Brooks. You know, and be done with it. You know,
There's going to be a guy in a Super Duty truck that goes 87 miles per hour at 5 a.m. Just get over it and let him win. I'm Bill Brooks.
That's exactly right. There's a guy with truck nuts who's driving like an ass in the snow.
Yeah.
Look out. Oh, okay. Thanks, Bill.
Weather's not that bad. You drive a lifted diesel stroke truck. Dude.
Yeah.
Weather is never an issue. But Mac, take it away, man.
Well, Mahomes is number one, according to Peter Prisco.
Which is interesting because he's a known Chiefs hater,
doesn't
right?
like the Chiefs.
But he's actually smart with this one. He ranked Patrick Mahomes as the number one NFL player.
Is that Josh Briscoe's alter ego?
It is. Pete Prisco, Josh Briscoe, Nixon 5, right? And Nabisco Crackers. So he
Nixon
has
4.
Nixon 4 at that point. Did you see Jalen Brunson's tweet last night, by the way?
I did not.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm so confused, right? Throws that out there and then has to quote tweet, oh, I was talking about Love Island or something. Like, my kids are watching this show down in his basement, and he's tweeting about that. Like, way to go, Jalen. Like,
nice.
Great troll type of tweet last night. Oh, yeah, I was watching Love Island. Or you hear they're hiring Mike Brown, who's now coached every team in the NBA. Like, that's your fallback plan in the NBA right now, right? Your fallback plan is fire the coach, call everybody else about their good coaches, and then hire Mike Brown. Like, that's what everybody does in the NBA. That guy has legitimately coached every team in the NBA.
Has he coached Braun twice?
In L.A. and in Cleveland. I think he may have.
I thought he did. Am I wrong on
I
that?
think he may have, yeah.
Braun's
Absolutely,
had
yeah.
so many coaches at this point, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that coach resume is crazy. But Patrick Mahomes, number one.
Yeah, which is great because if you're going to start a franchise in the NFL, ask yourself this question. Which player are you starting your franchise with? If every player in the league was put into a hat and they did a draft every year, or, and you had the number one pick, who are you picking to start your team with, right? And the answer's pretty clear. It's Patrick Mahomes. And if you don't say Patrick Mahomes, you're just lying to yourself right now. There's no better winner in professional sports than Patrick Mahomes. And so you are starting your franchise with Patrick Mahomes. I hate when guys try to overthink this and do something different and worry about this or that or the other thing. Sometimes the obvious answer is the right answer. And until further notice, Patrick Mahomes is the number one player in the NFL.
Yeah, there's no question. And when you talk about starting your franchise, that answer has been Mahomes and will be Mahomes for the next few years.
Yeah.
He's only 30. So 33, 34, I'd still probably take Mahomes, probably get over that age. Okay, now we're thinking about starting a franchise and age and youth and all those things. But on the other hand, there's not another quarterback that's come into the league that is worth taking at that point that is young and, has the youth advantage. Oh, Jaden Daniels maybe, but there's so many other concerns there, and he's not even near on the echelon that we've seen Mahomes.
Very small sample size.
Right,
exactly, in
tiny,
one season.
Yeah, so when did you decide that Tom Brady was no longer like that guy? Like, was it after Mahomes' first season of playing in the NFL? Because at that point in time, like, Tom Brady was the guy. I mean, if you were building your franchise for 20 years, you would be taking Tom Brady and, the next number 2 pick got Peyton Manning. Sorry. Like, it wasn't like you were getting some piece of trash at number 2.
Yeah.
But like Tom Brady, I would think, held that spot for about 20 years. And then he retired and he left. Or then Patrick Mahomes came into play and people started to go, okay, Patrick Mahomes is probably better than Tom Brady. I wonder when that kind of runs out. You said 30, 35, so another 5 or 6 years
probably 5 years.
for Patrick Mahomes still being that number one player. But maybe somebody never takes that away from Patrick Mahomes. We don't know. He's the number one player in the NFL until further notice. Who that guy is, I don't know who takes that mantle away from him.
Yeah, I would have said probably Mahomes after his third year, which would have been like 19 when he got the first Super Bowl, because if we do the logic that we just did with Jaden Daniels, you can't do it with Patrick Mahomes, in my opinion. To be like, I take Patrick Mahomes after 1 year of being a starter in the NFL. Okay, well, was that year an anomaly, or is he going to give you more examples of what he did? So that to me is where I'm like, okay, yeah, that was really cool. 50 and 5,000. That's great. Sweet. Love it. This guy's on the come, right? And then he did it again the next year and won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Then at that point, I'm like, okay, like Brady really isn't the stopgap right now anymore. Yeah, you got him in the AFC Championship game, but the next year they went back and won the whole damn thing.
Right.
Now year 3, okay, give me Patrick Mahomes to start my franchise. I've seen 2 years of greatness. He's gone to the AFC Championship game, and the Super Bowl, and won the Super Bowl. And not only that, when he won the Super Bowl, it was came from behind and won, came from behind and won, came from behind and won. And every game got more and more evaluated because of the significance of that part of the season. Divisional, championship, Super Bowl, every single one from behind. At that point, I was like, okay, there's too many anomalies here that I've seen. Now, if Jaden Daniels goes back-to-back, goes to the NFC Championship game this year, wins it, goes to Super Bowl and wins it, then you can have that discussion of like where you would start your franchise due to the youth.
And then that's the caveat right there. And if Jaden Daniels wins the Super Bowl this year, let's just say that does happen, then you can say, okay, he's 25, 26 years old. He's got let's just say 10 more years of a career. Mahomes may have 5 more years, however you want to look at it. He's got a much longer shelf life than ultimately Patrick Mahomes does. But let's see how his career continues to move forward, right? Is he going to use that as the stopgap, winning the Super Bowl, and he's accomplished everything? Or will he continue to be driven like Patrick Mahomes has been driven to not just win a Super Bowl, it's to win all of the Super Bowls? And how's Jaden Daniels going to do when you have Kadarius Toney as your wide receiver or guys who are dropping the ball all over the place? Is he going to be able to rebound and move his team forward like Patrick Mahomes was able to do when the guys around him, his supporting cast, wasn't stepping it up too?
You said Mahomes will be 30 this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
September, I think. Yeah,
September. So Peyton Manning, when he turned 30, went 12-4, threw for 4,300 yards and 31 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. You know Tom Brady, what happened when he turned 30?
What happened?
They went 16-0. He threw for 50
was that the
touchdowns and
year?
4,800 yards.
Let's go.
Wait a second. So Brady's 30th year was that 07 season when
Correct.
Randy Oh, boy. Okay.
And then Peyton's, that's right.
Sorry, NFL.
That's right.
You're about to get screwed.
And that's what they always said. And that's what's so great, I think, about Patrick Mahomes is that everyone has always kind of said once you get to like 29, 30, that's when you hit the you really hit the ground running with your career because now you're a seasoned vet. You've seen almost everything thrown at you. And now the league, if you are that great quarterback, has completely slowed down like that squirrel from Over the Hedge that drinks the energy drink and goes and does his thing. And everybody else is like pause. And he's just like, what I think that's Steve Carell who plays that character.
So, yeah.
And
Great
soundtrack. You look at 30, fantastic. You look at 30 for Tom Brady. I know the anomaly of the season, the 16-0, lose to the Giants in the Super Bowl, but had that miraculous year with Brady Moss.
Randy Moss, yep.
Had his receiver, right? What's Mahomes got this year?
He's got his receivers this year. That's right. He's got his speedy receiver. He's got his possession receiver. He's got his tight end. He's got all kinds of weapons around him right now. Like, that's why I still think, he probably looked at that stat for Tom Brady at one point already and goes, okay, what did Tom do when he was 30? Oh, 16-0. Okay, I'll go 17-0, and I'll put up more yards, and I'll win the Super Bowl that year, and we'll go undefeated and leave everybody in our dust. Like that's how you one-up Tom Brady at 30. You run the table, and you win the Super Bowl. And then you can say you had the best year as a 30-year-old of the quarterback in the history of the NFL.
And Drew Brees, at the age of 30, would tie his career high in touchdowns at 34, have a completion percentage of 70.6, throw for 4,300 yards and go 13-2. And then after that, he would throw for 33 touchdowns, 46 touchdowns, 43 touchdowns, 39 touchdowns. And then that's when Drew Brees' career went 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, back to back.
And what year did he kind of tail off? Drew Brees, at what age was his kind of dissipation?
That would be 36.
Okay.
And I would say, at 37, he threw for 5,200 yards and 37 touchdowns.
Okay.
So really, if you really want to say when did it start to fall off, it was 40. Because, even at 39, he threw for 74.4 completion percentage, which he's like the GOAT when it comes to completion percentage because you have Michael Thomas and all those guys that just never dropped the ball. But at 39, Brees threw for almost 4,000 yards, missed it by 8. 32 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Then after that, it was 2,900, and it was over.
Yeah, okay. So
But he was 40.
The one blip on the radar was probably that year that Sean Payton was suspended, I would imagine, right? And he didn't have his offensive genius sitting alongside of him.
Right. But, he's just, 30 just seems to be the year that's like the Vino year that you look for. Like, what was that great wine year? Oh, it was 2001 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like, that's the 30-year-old quarterback. So we talk about all this biased stuff like scorched earth, new haircut, got beat in the Super Bowl, all this sort of stuff. He's going to come back pissed off. There's history that defends that at the age of 30 at the quarterback position, if you are in that upper echelon, Brady, Brees, Manning, all those guys, 30 is when that guy starts to click and it almost becomes unfair.
Yeah, it really does. You've got the experience now, right? In anything, the older you get, the more experience you get. You realize what works, what doesn't work. You solve problems easier. You know how to get out of situations. You've got all those years under your belt, man. Like, this is going to be the prime Mahomes time right now. I don't normally have the text line open, but it was when I came in today because Binkley was here. I just want to read this one from the 913. Brady never got blown out in a Super Bowl. Mahomes got blown out twice already and given a ring because of the refs.
I'm going to respond and say that Brady got blown out by Jake Plummer in the playoffs.
I'm going to respond and say, who cares what you win by or lose by? A win's a win, a loss is a loss. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It all goes into the same column. You either win or you lost. It doesn't matter. So Brady went 10 years without winning a Super Bowl, and that, quite frankly, is a dumb text.
Mahomes got blown out in the Super Bowl against Brady, also had no offensive line, got blown out against the Eagles. They were the better team. I'll give you that. Jalen Hurts isn't a slouch. Brady got beat by Jake Plummer in New England in the playoffs. Mahomes has been beat by Brady, Hurts, Joe Burrow.
That's it.
That's it. And he was in the Super Bowl twice.
Right.
The Super Bowl.
Right. He has not gotten beaten by the Jake Plumbers of the world.
No,
right?
he doesn't lose in the wild card round. He doesn't lose in the divisional round. He doesn't lose in the AFC Championship games besides one time, which was, we could go into that. But, yeah, this is going to become, very quickly, it's already the writing's on the wall. This is going to be the LeBron MJ debate. It just is.
The Brady Mahomes debate.
Yeah, it's going to be the exact same discourse. Oh, well, he doesn't have the rings. Okay, well, LeBron went to the finals a lot of times. You're kind of admonishing, you're criticizing him for getting far, for only winning 4 out of 10, but he made the finals every year. He owned the Eastern Conference. And again, I think Michael Jordan's the GOAT. I'm just saying it's going to have some very similar discourse.
Yeah,
another quarterback that we can put up in the upper echelon, I think, from our time on earth, Aaron Rodgers, right? 30 years old, got hurt, only played in 9 games. But after that, 4,338, 3,831, 4,440. It's that age, man. Once you get to 30, it's on. So, Mac, why don't you take it away with one word?
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
One word, baby. Let's start with baseball. Let's start on a positive note because that's what we got with our boys in blue last night. With some positivity, we needed it. 6-1 win for the Royals in Texas. Bobby got going. Salvi got going with an Oppo homer, 2 home runs, passing George Brett for the most multi-game home runs, most multi-home run games in Royals history, with 18 of those passing George Brett. One word on the Royals last night.
Needed. They needed that win last night. Fans needed that win last night. They needed Bobby to go out there and go scorched earth. They needed Salvi to go out there and go scorched earth. And they got what they needed out of their star players, and they won in convincing fashion. And then Seth Lugo just dominated all night long.
I'll say Revival. Great song by Zach Bryan, by the way. But also, maybe that's what you need. I know there's a lot of people that'll go out there and say they need that walk-off home run. They need that big win. Maybe that was it. You had a players-only meeting on Saturday, lost the game on Sunday, had the off day Monday, and came out and looked like a completely reborn or a revival of an offense. I know it's one game, but damn it, let's have some fun with it. Salvador Perez hit 2 home runs. Bobby Witt Jr. hit a home run. Seth Lugo looked like Seth Lugo. And you got back in the winning column, and damn it feels good. So the revival maybe has started last night in Texas.
We'll go over to the Chiefs here and get into some other football stuff that we'll have some audio on. One word on the Chiefs ranking 23rd in running back duos. This comes from Frisella, I believe is how you... Yeah, Frisella. 23rd in running back duos. One word there.
Okay. I don't know enough about their running backs to say they should be higher or they should be lower or anything like that. They've got 3 guys, I think, that you're probably going to rely on this year. And if they all produce and do some good things, great. Kansas City, when they've won with Andy Reid, never really had a not a homegrown, I should say, but a name running back. It's never been a Jamal Charles. Happened. It's never been a Priest Holmes. It's never been a Derrick Henry. It's never been a Saquon Barkley. They've always just figured out ways to have success with their running backs, whether it's Warren West, whether it's Damian Williams, whether it's Darrell Williams, whether it's Isaiah Pacheco. It doesn't matter, Kareem Hunt. Whoever the case may be, they figure out a way to get it done. So at 23rd, fine, whatever. I just look at that and go, we're never going to have that stable of running backs that people look at and go, those are superstar guys, because it's just not the way this offense needs or operates.
It's fine. You can act like 23, oh, that stinks. There's however many teams in the NFL, 30, 32? 32 teams. You're 23rd, you're in the lower half. You're not a running team. Look at the teams that are in the top. Atlanta, Detroit. Detroit has just offensive firepower, but they don't have Patrick Mahomes. So they have to have other pieces. Would I love to be in the top 15 as a running back group? Absolutely. But if that's the case, you're not relying on wide receivers. You're not relying on a total running game. Or you are relying on your total running game. So, yeah, it's fine. Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, just get first downs on 3rd and short. Get into the end zone on 1st and 3rd, or 1st and goal, 2nd and goal. Get in the end zone. That's their job. This is not a running back-driven team. This is a quarterback passing team. They're never going to run the ball. We gave up on that a long time ago.
And then if they run the ball and they're not throwing it, people will complain about that too. Why isn't Mahomes throwing enough?
Yeah, the running helps out the passing. It's the accent for what is the main entree, which is, of course, air raid. You mentioned Lions, Falcons, Ravens, top 3 Bills, and then, of course,
it's 2-day.
Chargers coming in at 5 there with Najee and their rookie Amari and Hampton. So they are going to run the football. Sticking with the gridiron here, over to the college landscape, Diego Pavia.
Never heard of him.
Vanderbilt quarterback was on Bussin' with the Boys with Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. And this is what he had to say about the Vanderbilt football program taking over the Volunteer State.
Vanderbilt's going to run Tennessee after this year. Like, this is going to be the new staple of, like, college football is going to happen here at Vanderbilt.
Do any of you and the boys ever, like, talk about that? Like, we got to be the state school.
Well,
we're in Nashville, Tennessee. We're in the Music City. Like, we need to be the brand of Tennessee.
Everyone wants to come to Tennessee because of Nashville. So they want to come to Nashville, so Vanderbilt. And then when we have, like, the most money in NIL, like, why not come here? So, like, we literally just have to win this year and throughout the rest of the year. It'll take care of itself.
You think Vandy will have the most money in the game? Or
I think we'll be up there.
Yeah.
But, like, it's Nashville.
Yeah, there's a lot of big hitters around here.
Yeah.
They just need a team to believe in.
Yeah, that's all they need.
They need Diego Pavia.
That's your boy.
I'm going to say bold, and you're kind of giggling and laughing, but like I want my guy to have that. If you're a football player, you're an athlete, you're in life, you live life, you want to have that attitude. And I'm not laughing anything off right now because of the NIL. If these people come to, play with their money and they put money out there, there will be teams that we don't know and never heard of before, from a college football or basketball standpoint, that are going to take it to the next level. I mean, people like Vanderbilt, they got a lot of dough down there, right? A lot of money down there. If their alums are anteing up and they're paying for players and they're getting good players, they can flip that program. And so I think right now, all the stuff we've ever learned about college football, throw that out the window because the landscape is not the same anymore as it used to be. Teams that were never players can now be players with teams that have dominated. It's going to be a real interesting case study over the next 5 or 10 years to see how this NIL truly affects the balance of power in college basketball. But I'm not counting out anybody right now unless you got cheap alums.
Vanderbilt's a baseball school, right?
Yeah.
Have they won a World
They used to be.
Series since Tennessee?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No.
I like Bob's word bold. Plums. I like it. You got it. I mean, that's, if you hate that, then you hate Dion. And Dion did the same thing at Colorado. Like, they're going to doubt us. They're going to hate us, but we're going to bring players in. They turned that team around. Didn't really win anything significant, but you put the team on the map for what you were and what you could. And nobody was talking about Colorado in the Big 12. Nobody really talks about Vanderbilt in the SEC when it comes to football. And maybe there's a chance, but damn, Tennessee's a powerhouse, man. Like, you tell me Nashville or you tell me Rocky Top, not a doubt in my mind I'm not going to Rocky Top, dude.
Yes.
I'm going to play with Bobby Hill.
It'll be interesting to see, man, how this whole thing plays out, though. I mean, I'm not writing anybody off right now in college sports, and I love the fact that it's a blank canvas right now, and that teams and universities can change their fortune and go out there and maybe flip a switch if dudes are starting to write checks to bring, the best athletes to their schools. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I don't think Georgia Tech, because they're in Atlanta, is going to be competing with Georgia over there in Athens. So I think it's a pretty similar comp there. One word on, got some more audio here. LeVar Ball. Oh, boy. He's got some suggestions for the Los Angeles Clippers.
Ball, I'm finna give it to y'all one more time.
Okay.
If you want a championship, listen to me. I'm making it very easy. Everybody trying to go out and make these trades. Hey, Melo should be over here and Melo should be over here. I don't care where you put Melo. But what I do tell you, if you put him with his brother, he will go to his original spot, which is the 2. Which y'all trying to make him a 2 anyway. He love to score. But the only person he'll move over from the 1 spot is his brother Lonzo. Get Lonzo and Melo and Jello. Can't nobody beat my 3 boys playing fast.
He continues, but we'll
He just needs to go to the Big 3.
I'm just going to say my one word is COVID for that guy, because that guy got us through COVID, being stupid and, defending his players and his sons like that, which I don't blame. He's a dad. He should be doing all of that kind of stuff. But, I mean, I didn't know those guys were still in the NBA. The only ball in the NBA is the one they play with.
Yeah, LaMelo's doing pretty good in Charlotte.
Yep.
Charlotte, right? Like they have an NBA team type of thing, right?
rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not his fault he got drafted by Charlotte,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's there. Michael Jordan took over Charlotte for a while. If he still is, I don't know, but I know that
Not
that
anymore.
was one of his draft picks was LaMelo Ball. So, yeah, foot in your mouth, 3 words, even though he doesn't have one of them anymore.
Is he still trying to push sneakers on people? Like, do we still have the big baller brand? Is that still a
I
thing?
think Triple B's done. Yeah, because those shoes kind of sucked.
Well,
and
and
they
he
were
can
really
only
expensive.
wear one now.
Yeah. I mean, I just hope we're not coming up on something like that's going to keep us all locked down for the next 16 months or something like that. Because the last time this guy was relevant, we were all sitting at home watching marble racing.
Didn't he say he could beat Jordan one-on-one?
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that's right.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. He said that on like First Take. Yeah, with Skip.
Like
and-
I said, got us through COVID, and for him, I will always thank him for that.
Yeah, Tiger King, Ball, Last Dance, Nixon 5.
Yeah, I mean that's really what it was. Ooh, there's an ostrich racing a marble on ESPN2. What the hell? And
Guess
KBO,
what?
Korean baseball.
Yeah.
Florida Panthers win Stanley Cup back-to-back, one word.
Awesome.
Good.
McDavid.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he's the next guy now,
hot
right?
seat.
Like,
Who needs it more now? McDavid, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge is still going to be that one.
They gotta score runs to get
yeah,
to the playoffs.
They do. They got to score. But no, it's Aaron Judge. I think he's
Agree.
still the biggest name out of all of them that, hasn't won. He plays for the biggest brand in professional sports, hasn't won. And so Connor McDavid, great player, but he plays in Canada. It's the NHL. It's kind of a rung down. Allen and Lamar, they need championships. There's no doubt. But you're not the captain of the Yankees that has done nothing in the postseason for 20 years.
Yeah, it's tough, man. But yeah, American. What is it, since 1993? That's the last time.
31 years,
30.
Binkley said. So,
Yeah.
20.
It's weird he knows the year that it's been, but doesn't know the year he was in college because he was too hammered all the time. He would go, man.
There's juice all over the place.
No doubt about it. Coming up on the other side, we bring it to you, Smash or Pass. We're off the next 2 days, so we bring it to you on a Wednesday. Don't forget, Matt Cotrero, Royals manager at 9 o'clock. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Smash.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friend Dawn Sharp is absolutely awesome, and she's helping people all over Kansas City realize their dreams and get that perfect house. She's so good. In fact, HGTV featured her on House Hunters last week. I'm flipping through the channels, and I'm like, hey, that's my friend Dawn Sharp on House Hunters. How cool is this? I know somebody on the TV, and that's what Dawn Sharp is all about, finding that new home, that new life for you, and helping her clients every single step of the way. And don't feel like your finding of that dream home has to be an uphill battle. From day one, Dawn Sharp's team will take over and make everything smooth and easy, and they will be there with you every single step of the way. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes team, or just pay them a visit at homesforsaleandkc.com. And when you Google them, you'll see exactly why they have 210 five-star Google reviews and why in the last 12 months alone, Dawn and her team have sold over 150 homes. So visit them today at homesforsaleandkc.com and start packing.
It's the spring sales event at Rob Sight Ford, and I'm here with the man himself, Rob Sight. Rob, you already stole the spotlight. Now what are you trying to take?
Just your attention, Kevin, and maybe a few trade-ins. Now, we've got up to $14,000 off new Fords with employee pricing, plus our own dealer discount.
14 grand. That's hotter than your Sunday barbecue.
Exactly. And unlike your burgers, these deals won't dry out. We've got hard-to-find inventory, huge trade-in values, and our non-commissioned sales team makes everything so easy.
No pressure, just real help. Even I'll admit it, it's the best place in Kansas City to buy a car, and I don't hand out compliments lightly, or seconds.
That's a fact. And don't forget, we're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 reviews, and 0 grill marks.
All right, Rob, I'll give it to you, man. You're cooking up some real value over there.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit robsight.com. But hurry, these deals are sizzling and inventory's moving fast.
And tell him Rob sent you. No guarantees, but he might throw in a hot dog.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're looking for something to do this weekend, something fun to do with the family, something fun to do with your friends, something fun to do on a date night, or maybe something fun to do with the entire office, the answer to your question is Foaling, because at Foaling this Friday and every Friday through July, they're having free Foaling Fridays every Friday from 2 until 6. It's open for free. You can go in and fool around and see how awesome it is. You just got to be in the door by 6 o'clock. And if you are, you're going to fool for free. So take advantage of that. Bring your kiddos, bring a date, bring some friends with you. Maybe you want to let the office out early on Friday and do something fun. Take everybody foaling, because football plus bowling plus bar equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. It's a mashup of all of that, plus drinks and fun. You're setting up the bowling pins. You're throwing the football at the bowling pins and knocking them down. And then you're re-racking and you're doing it all over again. And then if you're lucky enough or good enough to hit that middle pin, that 5 pin all by itself and knock it down, the bomb corn will go off and you have the opportunity to put your name on the wall and get bragging rights for life. Foaling Warehouse is also the place to host private and corporate events as well. So reserve your lane now at foalingkc.com. That's foalingkc.com. Free Foaling Fridays now through July from 2 to 6 only at Foaling.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Did storms hit your area? Looking for answers on the impact it made to your roof? Then it's time to schedule a zero-pressure, in-depth inspection with Century Roofing's trusted roofing experts. We will determine if enough damage exists to warrant filing a claim. See for yourself why Century Roofing has been voted Best of Johnson County for the 3rd year in a row. Trust the pillars of strength for 35 years. KC-based and female-owned. Century Roofing, KC.com.
Century Roofing, trust the pillars of strength.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Traffic brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. A two-vehicle crash southbound 169 at the Broadway Bridge has the right lane closed. Move to the left. And westbound 470, the exit to southbound I-49, there's a wreck that has the left lane closed, so move to the right. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic. Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC install. Zero down, payments from $150 a month. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com.
That's right, it's Smash or Pass time, so you want to listen for this in about 5 minutes.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning. Like a dairy cow.
Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Yes!
When you hear that sounder, you want to be caller number 6, because that's how many runs the Royals scored last night. 6. Tell Mac he's beautiful, tell him that he's awesome, and that he's got wonderful hair. As we get into this topic here on Smash or Path, brought to you by Bruce Creek Wagyu, KC's best steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th and Null and 135th. And Metcalf, caller number 6 when you hear the cow sounder from Family Guy. But first,
we were in post-production meeting yesterday, and I just happened to, scroll through Twitter, and I found this. I don't know if I say this word right. Brea?
Bira.
Is it Bira?
Berea?
Yeah, Berea.
Oh, is it Berea?
Berea tacos, right?
Berea?
Yeah.
I've heard Bira. I've heard Berea. I never heard what you said, but I've heard the other two. So
Brea is what I said. Berea?
Yeah, Berea.
Berea. They have a pizza at this place that we saw, and it looks fantastic. It is that style of taco, but into a pizza. It looks almost like a quesadilla. Has the side of sauce that you dip it in. You're smashing this, right? Like, there's no question. Like, you eat those tacos before. I don't know if you have or not, but those tacos are fantastic.
It looked awesome. It looked amazing. It looked wonderful. Let's see how we say this. Let me see here.
You got the Google Translate?
Birra.
Birra. So I kind of anglicized it when I said Bira.
Yeah, Bira is what Jay Binkley says to the bartender. What can I do for you? Bira, man.
So Birra tacos.
We saw another one, and it was, I don't know, I need to do these. I don't know if anybody else has ever done these. Smashed potatoes. So you cook them for a little bit in the oven, and then you smash them down with whatever tool you use. And then they got them all crispy, and they toss them in a lemon, dill, and chive dressing.
That looked good, man.
For this time of year?
Yeah.
That looks refreshing. Because
Yeah.
you could eat that hot or cold, I would assume.
Yeah, you could do that cold. Kind of a cold potato salad on that. I didn't even think of it from that angle. Yeah.
Or mashed potatoes cold on ice.
Yeah, I mean, I just still like he still describes that, and he's like, yeah, there was mashed potato. It was a chicken salad. It was on ice. He thought it was mashed potatoes.
Matt,
Like,
what is this?
who puts mashed potatoes on ice, Alex? I don't know.
Who puts Maloney?
Nobody.
Who puts Maloney in a corner?
Well, I can tell you who. His wife. Woo.
Oh, boy.
I'll tell you what, man. Maloney's wife the other night made him leave early at the event because he was, well, he was having one too many, I would imagine.
And then the other one that we saw in post-production was crunchy Japanese fries with garlic mayo parmesan sauce.
I'm out on the garlic mayo parmesan sauce. I'm not in on that.
That's the best part.
Nah.
I don't like that they put it over the fries. Like, I've never understood, do you, by the way?
That's fair.
I've never understood the people that put, like, ketchup all over their fries and then eat them.
Because if you don't want somebody else to, share your fries, you do that kind of a Richard move, right? Like, I'm going to do this so nobody else wants them,
Fair.
No, but they didn't put the garlic mayo or whatever it is on top, like, just as a dipper. I'm good.
All in, dude.
Yeah.
Is that like an aioli type situation almost?
Yeah, aioli is,
Yeah.
Beer.
Birra.
Birra.
But and then the other thing I want to bring up is I'm seeing these two things kind of get into the world like hot honey or Nashville hot, and that is tahini.
Oh, it's everywhere now.
I
Yeah.
mean, I know what it is. I know how you use it, but I've been seeing commercials this morning, and 3 different times they just keep showing these spreads of food: watermelon, tahini on top, tacos, tahini, margarita rims.
I do that
tahini.
for the rim of the margarita. I'll do tahini on the rim of the margarita. I'm not a salt guy on my margarita. I'm really not in anything, but sometimes a little tahini is something, gives you a little kick on that. Nothing spectacular.
Somebody says, go to San Antonio and get the Bahia ramen. Oh, yeah.
Smash. Birra.
So that was one of them. And then the other one that I'm seeing everywhere is Takis.
No, they're
Or
all kids.
I've known they're in the purple bag, and kids that are younger than me have smashed them for years now. But now they are incorporating them into foods. And I saw that Wendy's is going to have a Takis-style burger. Like, they're going to have crunchy Takis on the burger with some other stuff with it, as well as Abelardo's or whatever, the place I've told you, the breakfast burrito I think finally got, because Maloney's a sweetheart.
Yes, because he's the best.
And Emily's addicted to him now. Side of sour cream every time in the picture. Of course, got to have it. But they have a Takis burrito.
I don't know that I want something crunchy in my burrito. My wife brought home a bean burrito for me last night from Taco Bell.
Ooh.
And?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know that I don't know. I'm just trying to think like.
In it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know that I want the crunch of the Takis in. I mean, I don't know. That just feels like something I don't want.
I feel like at the bottom they get to a sog pit.
I guess now that I'm thinking about it, the beefy 5-layer Frito burrito at Taco Bell had the crunch from the Fritos, and it was really good.
Yeah, I'm not a Frito guy, so I never would have gotten that. But I don't know. It's everybody's opinion. But the kids eat them. I like how Dusty said kids younger than me. He's almost 38.
Yeah. Yep.
That'll be me too.
Not a kid anymore, Dusty. But the kids love them. Like, my kids ask for these things all the time. Takis. And as long as the kids are asking for them, the parents are buying them. So they're going to be in business. They're going to do their thing. And so you might as well try to grow it as much as you possibly can, because in 6 months, there'll be something different that they want.
Because I love Crunch. Because I always used to put Sun Chips on my sandwiches or Lay's potato chips on my sandwich. So I would take a little Cheeto or whatever in the burrito. I don't know. I mean, maybe Barilla.
You come home and stop this pain tonight. Stop this pain tonight.
Did you see Tombstone has released a French fry crust pizza now?
I'm good on that.
French fry crust.
And it's topped with chili cheese.
Not chance. Not chance.
Uh-huh.
No.
And somebody
chance. said
said it tastes like what the chili that you get. I forget where they. And I like. Oh no, I'm out on that, man.
Ew.
Nope. I don't like the pretzel crust. I just want. I actually want the most limited amount of crust possible. And then there's a new Lay's potato chip flavor.
Yes,
is that
it
right?
is, yeah, the new flavor of Lay's is out right now. You in or you out on that?
What is the flavor? Is it buffalo chicken? Is that
It
what it says?
is bacon grilled cheese.
I've definitely given that a shot. I'm trying it.
I think I'm just more of a just baked Lay's guy.
I hate baked Lay's. I don't think they're a good chip at all.
Oh man,
the baked chips,
baked everything. Yep.
I don't know. I'm just not in on that. I did this
baked Lay's, baked Cheetos.
I was about to say, got baked Cheetos at the house.
Really?
Oh yeah, I
I
ate some
love
last
them.
night.
Are they
yeah.
supposed to be healthier, but they're really not type of
Probably.
thing? You know,
It's
like,
probably-
these are the healthy chip. I saw a commercial yesterday, and it was one of these quit smoking ads that they run. And this woman said, I thought menthol cigarettes were healthy cigarettes. On what planet did you think any sort of cigarette was a healthy cigarette, right? Like you're just an idiot. So that's why I asked, are the baked Lay's, they're no better for you
No,
than,
it's
you know,
Lay's.
Well, it
it's
said
a
Marlboro
chip, right?
Marlboro Lights.
And then you got the
So-
ultra lights, so that definitely it's clearly a healthier cigarette at that point in time.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning, like a dairy cow.
Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Yes!
There it is. Caller number 6. Call it to Mac. Tell him he's beautiful and awesome and that he's got great hair, and you'll have a chance to win your chance at Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's Best Steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th and Nolan, 135th and Metcalf. Coming up, Royals owner says sell or do they? We'll get into that on the other side here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, it is summertime, and that means a lot of outdoor activities are taking place, whether you're golfing or playing tennis or pickleball, hanging out with the kids, going on vacation, or you're just looking at those stairs every night going, I don't know, I can't make it up the stairs. My knees hurt so bad. You don't want to have any kind of joint pain get in the way of what you want to do this summer. And at QC Kinetics, they're going to help you through it. They've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. They're not masking the pain, they're going after the very source of it. So learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation at QC Kinetics now. 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday as well at QC Kinetics.
98 years. That's how long Overhead Door Company of Kansas City has been repairing and replacing garage doors. Locally owned and operated since 1927. Headquartered in Olathe. Always look for the iconic red ribbon of the genuine, the original Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. For same-day repair service 24/7, call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at ohdkc.com.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th in Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Guys, are you looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad the extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? The Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultations and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. And with the freedom to choose in-care center or at-home treatment, you're helping put Dad back in control of his health. From now until the 21st, enjoy a free B12 shot when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Royals coverage sponsored by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
For over 36 years, Metal by the Foot has been your source for steel, aluminum, brass, and stainless. Located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Traffic brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. A 2-vehicle crash southbound 169 at the Broadway Bridge has the right lane closed. Move to the left. And westbound 470, the exit to southbound I-49, there's a wreck that has the left lane closed, so move to the right. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic. Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC install. 0 down, payments from $150 a month. Schedule now at anthonyphce.com.
Have you watched Thy Royal Decree? How about Chiefs Take Tuesday? Or would you rather Wednesday? Follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for exclusive video content, giveaways, and behind-the-scenes action. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Ball lifted down the left field line. Langford drifts back, looks up, it's gone! A Texas blast for Bobby Witt Jr. His first one at Globe Life Field. Leiter delivers, swing, and a ball well hit down the left field line. Langford back near the corner, it's gone! Another homer for Salvador Perez, his second of the night, his third extra base hit of the night, his fourth RBI of the night, and the Royals lead it 5-1.
No doubt about it. There's the call that you could have heard last night on 96.5 The Fan. Steve there for you, giving the people the love of Salvador Perez. That didn't look like it was going to go that far when he hit that second home run, but he got it, man. He nutted that baseball, that's for sure.
He showed you he still got it last night, and that was good to see. Salvi go out there and put on a show, hit multi-homers for the 18th time, becomes the all-time leader in that category in Kansas City Royals history, passing the Hall of Famer, George Brett, the greatest player in Royals history, was just passed by the second greatest player in Royals history when it comes to multi-home run games. So congrats to Salvi for that. Congrats for him getting off the schneid a little bit, and for this team finding a way to get a nice win yesterday down in Texas. That was a relaxing win yesterday. They went up 3-0. Lugo's a surgeon, and I know we're not in sell mode at all, but my God, if you could get a king's ransom Yeah, Anselmo. You could get a king's ransom right now back for Seth Lugo with the way that cat's pitching, man. My God. If they end up doing that and having to sell, Lugo could bring you a haul. That guy, it's like watching a genius out there on the mound. And that's the best way I can put it. It's like a conductor with a symphony or some just brilliant genius out there pitching. And like every time he pitches, he goes to that pitch comm, he changes the pitch, he does his thing. And like, I don't know, man. It's just fun watching that guy pitch. I've never seen somebody just take over games like Seth Lugo does. And it's like, not today, like one of those things when he's on the mound. He's unbelievable.
We just started calling him John Williams Lugo. Shout out to Henry, the winner of the Booth Creek Wagyu contest.
Look at Hank.
Props to you, sir. So it's, last night was fun. I mean, Binkley had fun.
So I was just always so hammered. I don't remember anybody else drinking.
That's right. But no, the best part about yesterday was there was a report that came out yesterday via Twitter, and Alex Gold was all over it doing his due diligence with everything, and had JJ Piccolo on the show yesterday for the 10 to 2 show with Jay Binkley, and they brought up what somebody had apparently reported or that they thought they knew they were talking about. That was Mark Healy. He says, I'm hearing Royals ownership has told JJ Piccolo to start thinking about trading some veteran talent. With that in mind, I certainly hope that Seth Lugo is on the hashtag Mets radar. He's certainly going to be an attractive get for many teams. Hashtag Mets shouldn't wait. This was JJ's response to the report.
Unequivocally false. That is as false as can be, and the accountability of that writer should be in question.
No doubt about it. And the Vice President of Communications, Sam Ellinger, also said, please stop with these reports. They're false, not true, zero truth to it. Please don't say stuff that you don't know.
Yeah, stop, man. Like, it's a blatant lie. It's a guy who was a former AP writer who's clearly a Mets fan. He writes for something called the Rockaway Daily Rag in Long Island. I don't know if it's a real publication or not. It doesn't matter. It's the comments that he made yesterday are deplorable, quite honestly, and false. And I don't make it a point to call people a lot, to bother people. But yesterday was one of those days. I'm like, all right, I'm breaking out the Rolodex here, and I'm calling everybody that I know that's going to have a take on this. And I talked to people close to ownership. I talked to people in other baseball organizations around MLB about this, and unequivocally they all came back with the same response. That guy's not telling the truth at all about what's going on. And I spoke with someone close to ownership yesterday with the Royals, and right now they're very supportive of everything that's going on with JJ and really with this team, and they do not feel like at this point they are sellers, okay? And they've got 36 more games to go before the trade deadline. A lot can change. I even had someone close to ownership call that report bull bleep yesterday. That was one word I got back was bull bleep, and it wasn't the bleep part. They actually said the word that I'm not allowed to say on the radio, which makes me very mad because that's the way that people around the organization are feeling. And then I talked to some folks in other organizations around baseball. They're like, that's not the case at all. That's not even close to the truth of what's going on with the Kansas City Royals. And guys who are trying to make trades around baseball kind of have an idea of what teams are getting ready to sell and what teams aren't. And the Royals aren't on that list right now. And it really is let me just say this. It is an irresponsible portrayal of who John Sherman is as the owner of this franchise. Because since John Sherman has taken over, he's done nothing but pour money in to a franchise to try to make it the best franchise possible. And it started with COVID when he paid everybody to stay on staff. Nobody got fired. Nobody got their salaries cut. John Sherman paid everybody during a pandemic. And then John Sherman, when he took over that offseason before the COVID thing hit, told Dayton Moore, here's my money. Please go spend it so the fans know that I am going to go spend money. And they did that. And they went out and that was the Carlos Santana year. They weren't great signings, but they were signings that the previous regime never would do. The previous regime never went to Dayton and said, here, go, please spend my money so fans know that I'm going to spend and make this team good. And that's how he arrived in Kansas City, keeping people employed during COVID and spending money the first offseason he had an opportunity to do so. And then he signed Bobby Witt, and then he signed Cole Reagans, and then he signed Seth Lugo, and then he signed Michael Wacha, and then he went out there and signed Estevez this offseason. And all, by the way, while he's dropping $1 billion to pay for a freaking stadium. So for anybody to sit there and say that kind of stuff about John Sherman, it is factually 100% wrong, and it's deplorable. And the people inside the organization that I talked to yesterday are pissed off that this is out there right now because it makes them look bad, and this guy's a jackass for putting it out there. Do not believe a word that this guy says.
Yeah, the vice president of communications for the Kansas City Royals, Sam Ellinger, responded to, "This is non-true, 0%. Please kindly stop making things up." He then responded to Sam and said, "I don't make things up, Sam. I appreciate how quickly you and JJ responded to the report." Sam then said, "LOL, zero truth to it, and you know it."
Yeah.
And then my buddy Adam responded to, "Please just send Matt Harvey back out again."
That's really good. But I hate stuff like that. Like, that guy's just trying to create a buzz for himself because he's a Mets fan. And if he said, "I hope the Mets do this," what other reporter, like, go around and look at some of these reporters for teams or even some of the big insiders that are out there. How many of them have ever hoped that they would get a player traded to a team that they cover? I don't know that I've ever seen a quote-unquote reporter do that before. Now, guys like us, we give our opinion. We're fans. We're talk show hosts. It's a different ballgame. But if you're going to, talk about yourself being a former AP writer and you're the MLB Writers Association of America because you have a stained mustard shirt like all the rest of them do. Like, you can't get out there and talk about all that stuff and then say, "I hope the Mets trade for this guy," because you're just a fan now making stuff up. And that was a blatant lie that guy put out there yesterday. And like I said, I don't call people a lot because I don't want to bother them, but I felt yesterday was one of those days. So I called everybody I possibly could in the organization and out of the organization. And to a man, every single one of them is like, "That guy's full of crap, man." Like, that guy's just making stuff up. Do not believe what you read from a reporter in New York about what's going on here in Kansas City.
No doubt. And then JJ, of course, continued the interview with Gold and Binkley yesterday. And this is what he had to say on his staff and their hitting philosophy.
I do. I mean, we've known these guys for a lot of years. They've done a wonderful job. I mean, two of the three that are in the trenches every day were with these guys going through the minor leagues. They've built relationships. They have trust in each other. Players have trust in them. They feel it just as much as the players do, and they want to, wave the magic wand and try to figure out what each guy needs. But really, it's just staying positive right now, understanding the history between the coaches and the players, and the reminders. Nobody knows our current hitters as well as the guys in our batting cages every day. I mean, they live with them every day. They understand their swings. They understand what makes them tick. And now it's just a matter of trying to tweak some things here and there, but also stay positive. You've got to stay positive through these tougher times. And I know we have the right guys that will stay positive, and they put the work in every day. I can tell you this, today in Texas is not going to look any different than last year in Texas as far as the energy and the positivity and our processes. But now the challenge is a little bit greater because the confidence is wavering a little bit, but all it takes is one little good run offensively to get that confidence back, and you just go play baseball.
No doubt about it. And then the players only meeting that was addressed on Saturday with the team, and then JJ's response to that with Gold and Binkley as well.
They're obviously feeling some pressure right now. Obviously, we're not playing as well as we're capable of playing, and the coaches do as much as they can day to day. And one of the things we try to maintain is consistency in our practices, in our routines. So the coaches are always doing their part. But it means a lot more when somebody like Salvi or Bobby or Vinny, whoever, was the lead voice in that. It means a lot more when it's coming from the players because they're holding themselves accountable. And I thought it was a very positive sign.
So, again, a great interview with Gold and Binkley with J.J. McCool, the Royals general manager. You can check that out on the Odyssey app and go check out that interview that Drew Nixon has stapled up there for them. But like he said there with that players-only meeting, Bobby, Vinny, Sal, last night. Bobby, Vinny, Sal.
That's exactly right. That's what has to happen. If Bobby, Vinny, and Sal aren't producing, the rest of the lineup is not going to be producing. You can't be blaming Drew Waters or MJ Melendez or Hunter Renfroe or any of these guys on the team. Your stars have to be stars. And if your stars aren't stars, you're not going to win. And that's just not a Royals thing. That's an everything in professional sports. If your stars aren't stars, you're not going to win that day.
No doubt about it. Coming up, there were some things that got chippy last night in another sport. Also, baseball got chippy last night with one of the best rivalries in the NL West. They come after Tatis. They go after Ohtani. You come after Caitlin Clark. Sophie Cunningham will come after you. We'll dive into that a little bit as well here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you something. My friends over at Foaling are offering up one of the coolest things that you can do, and that is free foaling. Everybody always says there's nothing free in life that's good. Oh, every Friday now through July at Foaling, you're going to get the opportunity to foal for free. And what that means is you're going to have the opportunity to check out the funkiest sports entertainment venue right now here in Kansas City. It's located at 435 and State Line, and if you show up between 2 and 6, as long as you're in the building before 6 o'clock, you're going to be able to foal for free every Friday now through July. And Foaling Warehouse KC is a mashup of football and bowling, drinks and fun. And we all know what foaling's about, right? You're going to set up those pins, you're going to knock them down, and the first one to do so is going to win, and you're going to re-rack them and do them all over again. And Foaling has got a great bar. You can cater your own events. You can have food delivered there or order it while you're foaling around and having all that kind of fun. But more importantly, check them out every Friday now through June between 2 and 6, and you can foal around for free. Make your reservation now at foalingkc.com. It's perfect for parties. It's perfect for date nights. It's perfect for kids' night out. Whatever it is, go see what kind of fun you can have at Foaling. Foalingkc.com. Get your foal on.
It's funny how one little light can stall out your entire day. I was already running behind, and now this, the check engine light. So I reached out to my go-to problem solver. Dad, check engine light. What do I do? He didn't miss a beat. Take it to Telly, he said. So I did. When I got there, they didn't just fix my car. They fixed my day. They were quick, clear, and took care of everything. Next time my car glitches out, I'm headed for Telly. Don't let that little light be game over. Take it to Telly.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
It's time to make the exterior of your home or business really stand out, and that's where my friends at CertaPro Painters come in. They go above and beyond, always putting the customer needs first, and they get the job done on time. And you know when you use CertaPro Painters for your home or business, you can count on them to get the job done right the first time. Spots are filling up fast, so schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated.
Honey, I am so glad we used Powell Exteriors KC. They make us look so smart, and our house is beautiful. Today, I caught Carol and Julie taking selfies with our house. I told them Powell Exteriors KC is having a schools out sale offering easy zero payment financing for 18 months on quality siding, windows, decks, custom patio covers, entry doors, roofing, and more. What are you waiting for? Read their Google reviews, visit them on Facebook, Instagram, or at powellkc.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
When you think home insurance, you think boring and complex, right? Wrong. Allstate is now changing the game with our new and improved home insurance. And it all starts with a simplified shopping experience. Our latest online quoting tool gives you confidence in not only knowing you have the right protection, but our lowest price too. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings and prices vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
O'Reilly.
Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free in or out of your vehicle. We can help you find the best battery for your vehicle and budget. O'Reilly Auto Parts has batteries starting at just $89.99. Get your battery tested for free today at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Both crashes, southbound 169 at the Broadway Bridge and westbound 470, the exit to southbound I-49, should clear within the next 15 to 20 minutes. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty. Mac Morey with you as well on 96.5 The Fan. There's nothing better than an early season distraction. Adam Schefter tweeting this out about 25 minutes ago. Incoming Packers president and CEO Ed Policy isn't ready to offer a contract extension to Matt LaFleur and their GM Brian Gutekunst.
As Coons used to call it, Kudich. And so Billy Coons calls it Kudich. That's what we're going with. So, and I still to this day don't have any idea what the right pronunciation is.
Has Matt LaFleur deserved a contract extension?
Well, let me ask you this. This guy's first day on the job, and they're asking him about contract extensions, right? How the hell does he know what the feel in the organization is before he even gets in there and kind of, I don't know, gets the employee like paperwork filled out? They're already asking him, are you going to extend Matt LaFleur? I don't even know the man. I haven't really met him or dealt with him or anything like that, right? Like, I don't know who this person is, let alone give him a contract extension. So I like that answer. Why should he walk in there and give somebody a contract extension who he's never worked with, especially maybe he has somebody else in mind? Or if things go south and Jordan Love doesn't perform well, I mean, like, maybe he doesn't get a contract. I have no problem. I think that's the right answer.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You add context to it. He just got there, and he didn't say no. He just said, yeah, that makes sense. But, I mean, you got to extend Matt LaFleur.
As I say, you've got a good one there, and it's hard to find the good ones in the NFL. But
this is a guy who made Aaron Rodgers play football again and just play football. Like none of the extracurricular BS that we've seen these last couple of years. Like LaFleur did that, like in a Mike Tomlin-esque way.
Yeah.
Kept stuff in house.
And he's part of that frat pack too, right? Like McVay,
Shanahan,
Shanahan, all those guys, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
O'Connell.
So get close but never achieve anything type of stuff.
McVay's got a title.
McVay does. He's the leader, right? He's like the Belichick. Does Shanahan have a title?
No, but he's been to two.
Yeah, but I didn't have a title. LaFleur, no. Kevin O'Connell, not yet. So, I mean, I don't mind the guy saying that. I really don't. I'm like, let's see how this whole thing plays out, you know? This guy, obviously, I think he comes from San Francisco, and so maybe he knows somebody there that he has an eye on. Like, when somebody takes over an organization, they always have the need to make one of those big-time changes. And so we'll see if it's Kudich or, Matt LaFleur. Maybe they both stay and they win games and everybody's happy and you kind of move along. It's not like Green Bay's MO to go out there and be flashy, really, and make big moves like that kind of stuff. They stick with the same people forever,
We will talk about the Chiefs GM here in about 7 or 8 minutes. But before we get into that, last night, I accidentally just stumbled upon this because 6 o'clock was kind of like a lull in the evening. I didn't know if it was going to start pouring, storming, doing whatever outside. Never did anything. But then again, it's like I don't really want to watch the news. I got 30 more minutes till Wheel of Fortune. The Royals play at 7. The Stanley Cup was at 7. And I just happened to scroll through, and I saw that the Indiana Fever were on TV. Well, I'll stay there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll watch Caitlin Clark play. And then chaos happened last night in the WNBA. And I know there's a lot of you that have seen the videos, or I don't know how many people were watching it live, but, as soon as I see it on Twitter and, this JC girl goes and does the Captain Insano Shows No Mercy from Waterboy and pokes Caitlin Clark in the eye, she shows some frustration. She then goes and says something. Another girl from the other team pushes her down and just kind of showing the disrespect that these athletes in this sport give Caitlin Clark. And then by the grace of God, we had Sophie Cunningham come out of nowhere and finally,
We have somebody that has shown some fire around Caitlin Clark.
To defend her.
Correct. And I thought last night in the WNBA was an awakening because everyone says that this sport solely moves the way Caitlin Clark moves, and they are not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And there's, jealousy. It is only love disguised by hate. And you're seeing more people in this league outside of what Angel Reese has been doing with Caitlin Clark and their rivalry, which was, obviously born way before the professional league. It was born in collegiate levels with LSU versus Iowa in those, back-to-back years in the tournament. And now she's got a dog on her team in Sophie Cunningham. By the way, M-I-Z. And then according to the text line, don't know how true this is, but it says fact. Sophie Cunningham was the youngest female to receive her black belt in Missouri. Rule number 1, you control the head, you control the body. That's what you need to do because that's what she did.
That's what she did. She grabbed her by the head and the shoulders and threw her down.
And I love this text because somebody says Royals could take lessons. I love this. Now, what I will say that I think where you can have this parallel with where Caitlin Clark was and has been treated like a dog in this league, where she is the superstar. She's brought life to this league, and everybody wants to squash it and be mad or jealous, whatever it may be. It's more than Angel Reese is one thing that I noticed from last night. It's more than just one person against Caitlin Clark. And now when we're not going to get referees getting involved, they're just going to let them play per se. We're going to let them just beat her up. Finally, Indiana had enough, and Sophie Cunningham was the person that came out of nowhere, grabbed the girl by the ears, pulled her down, and was ready for that action. You come at our superstar, we will find you, and we will retaliate. And they finally had enough, and they took it into their own hands. And I understand that when people saw that last night, they're like, okay, like how many times is Caitlin Clark going to get beat up like this until somebody steps in? So far, we haven't seen a whole lot of it. And last night, we noticed that their team has had enough. And when you have a superstar in your sport like Caitlin Clark, it is on your own team first to protect her. Then it's up to the league to kind of say, hey, like there's something going on here. Like, I'll be honest with you. Does Patrick Mahomes get a lot of calls? Of course he does.
Did
Tom Brady get a lot
of
calls? Of course he did. Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Jim Kelly, John Elway, they all got him.
You want to have your stars healthy.
Right. And so then I started going through the internet and Twitter and all this stuff, and people in the local Kansas City area were like, man, I'd love to see the Royals do this. I promise you this. If a team were to come after Bobby Witt Jr., I bet you there'd be somebody on that team that would say, okay, that's enough. And that's not me throwing shade at Jonathan India for getting hit in the face and then getting slid into the shin by a dirty player and Contreras. But when you come after a superstar of your team, and not only that, the face of a league or a face of your franchise, you protect that person at all costs. So if there's anybody mad at Sophie Cunningham, I'd like to know why. Because eye gouges thrown to the ground. Hey, ladies, guess what? This sport is building up clout because of this person that you continuously try to run through the mud. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but when LeBron and Steph are done playing basketball, Caitlin Clark will be the most popular basketball player in the United States.
I think she's trending that way already. I really do. I think she's going to pass those guys, even if they are still playing, because that's how popular she is. And that's what the folks in the WNBA, all of the other players in the WNBA need to know and need to understand. She is the reason you are making money. She is the reason people care. She is the reason people are paying attention. Mm-hmm. Stop trying to jack with her, you know, because you're only hurting yourself by doing that. Caitlin Clark is bigger than the league. And I'm not afraid to say that. There's no NFL player bigger than the NFL. There's no NBA player bigger than the NBA. There's no NHL player bigger than the NHL. And there's no baseball player bigger than the league. But Caitlin Clark at this point in time is bigger than the WNBA. The WNBA needs Caitlin Clark more than she needs the WNBA at this point in time. Without her, nobody's paying attention to this league. Nobody's paying attention to Sophie Cunningham. Nobody's paying attention to Angel Reese. Nobody's paying attention to anybody in that league without Caitlin Clark being part of it. The jealousy is disgusting that these girls have towards Caitlin Clark. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know that it was like this with Jordan. I don't know that it was like this with even Tiger Woods at this point in time. But this jealousy, this blatant jealousy and hatred toward the person who's put this league on the map, who's gotten these athlete private jets, who's giving them to be playing in bigger arenas, who's bringing crowds, who's selling merchandise, who's putting them on TV, who's bringing viewers to the TV to watch their games. She is the reason people are here. And these other WNBA players better start realizing that this is Caitlin Clark's league. This is Caitlin Clark's world. You're living in it. Be happy you're a piece in this world with Caitlin Clark and embrace it. And it will be good for everybody. Stop trying to go out there every single game and beat her up. That is a stupid way to look at it, because when she did miss games, how are your TV ratings? Who paid attention? Who cared? No one.
So you think the players playing physical and getting chippy is straight out of jealousy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Because I think obviously we've seen comments and quotes and things like that over the last year or so that obvious show display of jealousy, envy, and it's been deplorable. It's been bad for the league.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. I don't see that last night as girls being jealous or just hating Caitlin Clark. Those are her recognizing that she's much better than them, and those are the Jordan rules, per se.
Yeah,
the Pistons. You said if this ever happened to Jordan? Yes, it's called the Jordan rules.
No, it
Yes.
did, but like to the point where they're this jealousy stuff. I mean,
I just don't know if being physical is being jealous. Those girls think she's better than her, and they might be jealous in other ways.
They can't stop her, so now they're going to try to hurt her. I mean, that's
literally what happened to Michael Jordan.
That's what it comes down to. They can't stop her, so they're going to try to hurt her. And you know what happened? The rest of the NBA finally embraced Michael Jordan. He took that league to new heights. He saved the NBA. Caitlin Clark is saving the WNBA. Instead of going out there I don't look at it as hard defense. I look at them as being jerks, quite honestly.
I think it's great for the league.
I think it's awesome
it's
because
really
it
good.
shows that people are tired of them losing.
Yes,
Now I will
they're
say
fighting
this.
back.
I will say this: beat her on the court, don't beat her up on the
Right,
court.
exactly.
Is what I'm
Go
saying.
beat her.
But now I will say, like with Jordan, it was. I'll say this: with last night's foul, to me was low blow. Eye gouge, and it was clear.
bad.
Or
Now,
the girl who like chest bumps her and throws her to the floor
Right.
too.
I will say, like Jordan would go up for a layup, and it was like you got not Lambeer, which
They
is
would,
like
just throw you
absolutely
down.
throw you down. That to me is more so like, look, kid, like you're gonna have to earn this. That last night was a little cheap, and I love that Sophie Cunningham was the one that was like, all right, I'm done with this because you're gonna let this happen, then we're gonna do it too. And that's what the Bulls did. Eventually, the Bulls were like, this is Jordan.
You know what?
This
Yeah.
is the face of the league. We're going to stand up to it too. And what have we talked about all effing year with the NBA? Can we be more physical? Can we bring more
Exactly.
attraction? What have I said all year long about the WWE and Paul Levesque? Bring that sort of script into sports, and look what we're doing. 10 minutes about what happened last night in one minute game in the WNBA. Why? Superstar action. That sells.
Absolutely
and again,
it does.
You got Diana Taurasi talking smack about it. You got Brittany Griner talking smack about her. And they've done this. They've walked so that she could run. I totally get that. That's going to bring jealousy at times.
For sure.
But last night, let me know that the league is ready to go forward with what their face is and that they want to make her earn it. But also her team's going to make sure that you earn it, because if you talk, we'll walk with you, and you better be ready for it. And Sophie Cunningham, man, that's a bad B right there, man.
And when did the NBA take off? When Jordan became Michael Jordan. After all of that kind of stuff stopped, right? And they stopped beating him up all the time. He finally beat the Pistons. They won that first championship, and it was on from there. And early on they beat him up, and they tried to send a message, and it just didn't work. Michael Jordan still went out there and kicked all of their asses. And that's what, we're seeing with Caitlin Clark. She's head and shoulders better than anybody else on that floor. It's not even close. There's nobody even close to talented as Caitlin Clark is, and they know it right now. And
She's not the best player in the league.
What's that?
Caitlin Clark is not the best player in the league. I just want to be clear.
I disagree. I couldn't name another WNBA
That doesn't mean
player,
yes,
right?
she's the most. She's not the best player in the league.
Well,
Asia Wilson is. I mean, she is.
But nobody's
Asia Wilson's
watching
gonna
for
be-
her. She may be.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Different statement.
Okay,
Completely
fine.
agree.
Completely different topic. But
Yes.
this league is not going to be driven by
100%.
Asia Wilson. It's driven
No.
by Caitlin Clark.
That's
and
it.
if Caitlin Clark's not part of this league, nobody cares about anybody else. So be careful what you wish for, because if Caitlin Clark eventually just goes, I'm done, the WNBA will be back to being what the WNBA was 2 years ago, where nobody paid attention to it.
Never heard of him. Yeah, and I think the other Paige is there too, and that's the other one. Like, I forget how to say her. Paige Budiker.
Paige Becker.
Yeah, I think when she gets that arrival as well, then all of a sudden you get into like the next level of what the WNBA can be. Could that be Peyton and Brady? Could that be Mahomes and Allen? Could that be something that draws you to the attention?
And then all of a sudden, you never know, you might have that as a, matchup for the future. And then more girls will see these girls play and want to play in the sport because there's now money in the league. There's now endorsements in the league that's now been taken care of. So yes, I think last night was great for the WNBA.
I think it's fantastic. I don't think it's going to be done. And I think Caitlin Clark, it's rough.
Does she need to throw punches too?
Well, she's asking for it a little bit. She's provoking.
She's walking too. She's talking. When she hit the three and stuck her tongue out and high-fived the fans, we can't underestimate that. And when Jordan does the count, Jordan's when Mahomes did the count, Mahomes did the shrug.
They're provoking. They're poking at you. They're exactly.
Yeah, because they know they got you and they want to get you to just crumble.
Exactly. And when that girl says you can't do that, and Caitlin Clark says I can do whatever I want. Okay, I'm pissed.
I
can do whatever the F I want. All right, I'm pissed. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go. I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna push you. I'm gonna be really mad now. So that I think it's great for the NBA.
We got to figure out how to get Sophie Cunningham on the show. Mizzou, baby.
Let's do it.
Local athlete.
She's great.
Fantastic. I got roasted for my tweet. I said Sophie Cunningham greater than Sydney Sweeney. Somebody says, please don't show up to work high ever again. Silver's a jaybird. Got rules. But no, so Albert Breer is in on the Chiefs offense because he said yesterday via Twitter or via on a show of some sort that this may be one of the better Chiefs offenses and they could actually go scorched earth again because he'll have a full receiver room. Like he thinks this is going to be one of the better offenses that the Chiefs have had in years, and they could actually go on being better this year than they were last year when they were 15-2.
And I think they will be. I'm glad Albert's listening to the show because I think this is going to be the second best year. That I've been saying that for months now, that this league is going to see the second best Patrick Mahomes that we have seen since the 50 and 5,000. And it may be tough to always beat the 50 and 5,000, no question. But I think this is going to be the second best year that we have seen Patrick Mahomes take the field. So I'm glad Albert's listening. Thanks, Al.
Especially if everybody stays healthy like they didn't last year, the year before. You actually have trusted hands and trusted route runners that Patrick Mahomes can relax. The other thing that will help Patrick Mahomes relax, and we asked Jay Binkley about this earlier, about the left tackle situation, boy, if you've got a brick wall on that blind side, that makes everything that much better. That's, I think, another reason why people will say that this team could be better. They could be 13-4 next year and be better than they were last year, what they were 15-2. And the reason I mean that is because of the production value.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they could put up numbers this year if everybody can stay healthy, big if in the NFL. But this was Ian Rappaport on the left tackle situation that we all talk about a lot here in Kansas City.
To me, they stand in a really, really good place. What the Kansas City Chiefs did was not just draft Simmons in the first round, and you're right, fell to them. And this is someone I think they really secretly had their eyes on the entire time. They were really happy with where he was medically coming back from that torn patella tendon. Not all teams were sure about this one. Chiefs were really happy with where he was. I think tried to keep it quiet because this is the player they wanted just because he's such an unbelievably talented tackle despite the injury. But they also don't want to rush him. So they're giving him some time off during the spring. They're making sure he has days to rehab and rehabilitate. They also signed Jalen Moore to come in and be their left tackle until whenever, basically until Simmons is ready, or maybe the entire year, or maybe Simmons starts out as the swing tackle. Most important thing for the Chiefs is they have talent there and they have depth there to not be caught short at one of the most important positions on the football field. And seeing the resources that they use to address this really underscores how important and essential they believe a good left tackle is.
Sounds like Brett Beachtown. Sounds like Brett Beachtown. Did Brett Veach do it again? Well, he said the Chiefs really had their eye. Everybody had their eye on this guy, but nobody wanted to gamble.
Right.
Nobody wanted to be like, you know what? Detroit wanted to gamble with Jameson Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
They took him after he blew his ACL in that title game, and he became a pretty damn good receiver. He just got to cool down a little bit. Can't be gambling.
Yeah,
Can't be getting off the field.
Has he really done anything on the field yet, or is it all off the field news with this guy? Right?
But, and Simmons, if he is there ahead of the rehab and all that sort of stuff, because Speck, he had to go do some stuff at Arrowhead for the station and stuff like that. He goes, dude shook my hand, about broke it.
Yeah.
He goes, remember when Cag shook your hand, Dusty? I said, yeah. He goes, he shook mine like my whole arm went numb. Yeah, he's a left tackle, Speck. He's a huge man.
We're also talking about Spectre here. I think Mac broke his hand when he shook it the first time.
And I think that, when you look at this with the left tackle and the receiver room maybe better than he's ever had, There's reasons why people will say that this could be a scorched earth year for Patrick Mahomes. And don't forget he got a new haircut.
Yeah, and it's also, I think this is Brett Veach's biggest gamble right now because I don't think he's really gambled that much as a general manager, so to speak. Like every move that he's made has been calculated, has been right, has been nails. This is a gamble because it's the left tackle position, and it's the most important position on the offensive line. As Binkley and I were talking earlier, and he said, look, we had 3 Pro Bowlers on this line, but it really wasn't a good offensive line last year. It all starts at that left tackle spot. And I'm like, yeah, it does. And so the gamble, I use the term gamble, is because you signed a backup and you drafted an injured guy. On paper, you look at that and you go, did they solve the left tackle position? And I think you say to yourself, jury's still out. We'll see when Jalen Moore, if he gets the opportunity to play a full season, what he can do. And we'll also see how healthy Josh Simmons really is and if the Chiefs made the right pick. If Josh Simmons starts from day one and becomes a stud at left tackle, it will be the steal of the draft. And everybody will be going, oh, my God, Brett Veach has done it again. But as of this time, it's a little bit of a gamble. You got 2 left tackles, but you're not sure if you have 1 left tackle right now. You have 2 in numbers, but you're not sure if you have 1 left tackle. It'll all sort itself out. Brett gets the benefit of the doubt, but I think this is his biggest gamble. I'm trying to think of another one that he really rolled the dice on in a big-time gamble other than this one. Do you have any?
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
That's the best.
I love that man, by the way. I'm never going to let that one go.
I like it. I think you're right. I think you're right, Bob. Trying to think of it off the top of my
Just
head.
off the top, you're like, what's the biggest gamble from a free agent signing to a draft or anything like that? This is a big, like drafting in the 6th round, right? That's not a gamble. That's a 6th round draft pick. Drafting somebody in the 7th round, that's not a gamble.
That's low risk.
Tony
possible.
considered a gamble?
Who?
Kadarius Toney a gamble?
No, because, that was low risk. They didn't pay him a lot of money. He was a former first-round pick that they took a flyer on, and frankly, he had the best punt return we've ever seen in Super Bowl history.
Yeah, and it paid off, too, quite honestly.
So it kind of paid off.
It did, yeah. We forget about that. We remember the idiotic plays.
A lot of his gambles are, sign Hopkins to a cheap deal. Did it work out? No, but what was the risk? Okay, you lost a couple $1 million. Like Kadarius Toney, you didn't really lose much.
He gambled not signing L'Jarius Sneed. That worked out.
That worked out well.
That was a gamble.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason that Simmons is the biggest gamble is because this is the second most important position in football.
Well, and it's protecting your most important position in football. That's why it's the biggest gamble. If this was the right tackle or a defensive tackle, it'd be a different conversation. It's a big gamble because of who you got to fill the void and what that guy is supposed to do at that position. That guy's supposed to come in and be the healer of the offensive line, so to speak, and also protect Patrick Mahomes and allow Patrick Mahomes to play without anxiety.
I think Simmons is the starter from day one, and he mentioned him being the swing tackle. I think that is very much Jalen Moore is going to be the swing guy. He can play all 4 positions. Yeah,
awesome.
Exactly.
And that's perfect. That's wonderful because if the guy on the other side, Juwan Taylor, false starts 17 times and people want him out, who's still a very good football player.
Still is, yes.
Underrated, understated, underappreciated football player.
Nixon 5.
Right.
Like, how great it's going to be to see Mahomes 1, 2, 3, boom, there's my guy. It's either Worthy down the field, or it's Rice over 15 over the middle, or it's Hollywood Brown around the side, or it's Travis Kelce sitting there going, they keep covering these young guys. They forgot about me.
Look at me.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
No doubt about it. That's Jay Binkley, who is going to be on the show from 10 to 2 with Alex Cole. Don't forget, Matt Cottrell, Royals manager, will join us at 9 o'clock. But coming up on the other side, whose career was cut short to injuries that you miss? We will discuss that. I've got one that I'm not sure a lot of people will agree with. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, nobody likes walking around with joint pain, right? Whether it's your knees or your shoulder, your back, it doesn't matter where it is. If you've got pain, it stinks and it limits what you can do. And the summer is all about doing things, being outside, playing golf, playing tennis, hanging out with the kiddos, going on vacation, or just even trying to walk up the stairs to go to bed. Or maybe you got to walk up the stairs to your friend's deck and you're thinking, I can't do it. My knees are barking so bad. Well, QC Kinetics is going to help you. They've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore all of that damaged joint tissues. They're going after the very source of the pain. They're not masking it. So learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturdays as well with QC Kinetics.
Prostate cancer. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed in their lifetime, but early detection can save lives. That's where KCUC comes in. They're the premier center for urology and oncology, with over 50 elite providers in more than 25 locations across the metro. KCUC makes it easy to get screened fast, in the comfort of an office, not a hospital. Schedule your screening today at kcuc.com. Don't wait. See why they're KC's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, remember, you see the best in KC.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure what the best option is? Selling a home, especially when dealing with foreclosure, divorce, job relocation, or an inherited property, can feel overwhelming. That's why I don't just make offers. I help homeowners understand all their options so they can make the right choice with no pressure and no obligation. I'm Rex, a local homebuyer and resident right here in Kansas City. Whether you're looking for a fast cash sale or just want to explore your choices, I'll walk you through the pros and cons of selling to me or listing with an agent. If selling directly is your best move, I'll offer you a fair cash price and a closing timeline that fits your needs in as little as 7 days or on your schedule. No repairs, no commissions, no hidden fees. Just a transparent, hassle-free process so you know exactly what to expect. Let's talk. Call 816-330-6000 or visit rexspyskc.com for a free, no-pressure consultation. Rex Spies KC, helping homeowners make informed decisions with confidence.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
When you think home insurance, you think boring and complex, right? Wrong. Allstate is now changing the game with our new and improved home insurance. And it all starts with a simplified shopping experience. Our latest online quoting tool gives you confidence in not only knowing you have the right protection, but our lowest price, too. So check Allstate first. For home insurance that's better than ever, you're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings and prices vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free in or out of your vehicle. We can help you find the best battery for your vehicle and budget. O'Reilly Auto Parts has batteries starting at just $89.99. Get your battery tested for free today at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey there, Kansas Lottery here. And we want to get together for a game or two. Meet us at your favorite retailer or wherever you like to buy your tickets, and we can let the games begin. There's a lot of fun and cash on the line. See kslottery.com for details.
The other place with 5 great Kansas City locations: Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Stop by this summer and enjoy their beautiful patios, all while listening to some live music at most locations Thursday through Saturdays. And on game day, they have enough big screens that you'll never miss a minute of the action, all while enjoying some great food and beer specials. So make the other place your summer headquarters. The other place: Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission and Belton. Check out theotherplace.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
I probably don't need to remind you, but just in case, the 69 Express is seeing extensive road work. The 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steele Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
I have a feeling I know what the number one answer on this list is going to be, because the question we asked on the other side was whose career was cut short due to injuries that you missed the most.
Bo Jackson's the easy answer. Let's think outside the bun, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I can start this off. I would say Barry Sanders.
It's a good one. Yeah.
Still had a lengthy career, but I think we could have had 3 more years of maybe some just insane like getaways and runs. Derek Thomas is on that list. Derrick Rose is one on that list for me. I thought he was going to be the next guy.
Yeah.
I mean, MVP season, Mario Chalmers hater for many reasons, but was like on the path to that. And then it was just plagued by injury after injury after injury. Derrick Rose, I thought, was going to be that guy. He was in Chicago. He was the next,
And that was his home, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like he was going home and playing for his hometown team. Like, the perfect setup, right?
One MVP. It was like, the next
Jordan Bubba Starling of the Bulls.
They had been pining for somebody to come in and get that franchise back to where they were, because obviously Jordan had been long gone by then. He was the next one MVP, was big coming out of Memphis.
They were the 1 seed. It was awesome.
No doubt.
Team was great.
And then my last one that I have is Ken Griffey Jr. Because Ken Griffey Jr. was by far and away the best baseball player on the planet from 93 until about 98.
Yeah.
There were about 5 years. I guess you could say 99. For about 6 years, which is wild to think, for a guy that played multiple years in the MLB, it was 6 years. And then the wrist injury against the wall and that amazing catch happened, and it was over. And we didn't really ever see that junior ever again. Because, I mean, these are his home run numbers from 94 to 99. 40, 17, 49, 56, 56, 48. He would hit 40 home runs one more time the rest of his career, and he would play all the way until 2010. So I think we missed out on Junior because of injuries, because then he just started not playing many games. 145, 111, 70, 53, 83, 128, 109. I am done giving you lists of games because we missed out on what could have been so much more for Ken Griffey Jr. And maybe I'm wrong on that one, but 6 years, man, that was it. Bo Jackson, it was 3 years and 30 years of legacy stories. I still watch Ken Griffey Jr. videos, and to think wildly that it was really 6 years of dominance and then it was done. Imagine we had 5 more years of that. Maybe Mike Trout's on that list too.
Trout could definitely be on that list. There's no doubt. If Mike Trout was healthy, you always say, man, what about a healthy Mike Trout, what he would have done and how good he would have been. But one of my friends, one of the great historians of Kansas sports, Jeff Bolig, sends me a message. He goes, Gale Sayers. I mean, you look at Gale Sayers' career and what he did. He only played 7 years in the NFL, and those were amazing 7 years that he played. But, man, if he could have played longer, how good Gale Sayers would have been. I mean, that is obviously a blast from the past, but he was on pace to be one of the greatest running backs in the history of the NFL. Still probably is considered that. Locally, for me, I always go back to Priest Holmes because I hate the way that his kind of career ended with the neck injury, and he was never able to really come back. He was the most dynamic running back that I've seen in person, and I didn't get this chance, obviously, to watch Barry Sanders in person every day. I don't even know that I saw Barry Sanders play live ever. Obviously, I didn't see Gale Sayers or Walter Payton or guys like that play, but I watched Priest Holmes every one of his games with the Kansas City Chiefs, and this guy was something unbelievable. And that's the shelf life of a running back. That's the thing of the NFL, man. Guys get hurt at that position so fast, and their careers end so quickly. And Priest Holmes, I wish I could have seen more out of him. The other guy that I kind of put on this list from a local perspective as well is Mike Sweeney, because when healthy, Mike Sweeney was one of the best bats in all of the game. And people don't remember those years. They remember the years where his back was blown out and he was trying to carry a bad team and be the best captain and best teammate and best player that he could. and his back just couldn't hold up, and people resented him for that. They don't remember how good Mike Sweeney was and where he was on pace to be one of the greats in franchise history. He's the greatest person in franchise history. I won't debate that with anybody, but he had the opportunity to be just a special player, but back injuries ultimately got to him, and he was never able to get out there and perform the way that we thought he was going to perform. And so those are the two guys that I look at locally. I wish they had an opportunity to be healthy to see what we possibly could have gotten out of them.
Ken Griffey Jr. from 1996 to 2000 had 249 home runs and 685 RBIs.
From what years?
96 to 2000.
Jesus.
Dang. So he was, yeah.
Yes.
So it was longer than even you said, right?
4 years. That was 4. There were 2 years prior to that were good, but those were were the nuts and bolts of his career. 96 to 2000.
I thought it would have
started. But his career
earlier.
basically was like 93 to like 2000. And 96 to 2000, he had 249 home runs and 685 RBIs.
Damn.
Just stud, dude. The swing, the hat, the color of the jersey, everything. Bye baseball.
Yeah, I mean, we had everybody.
you later.
Everybody was a Ken Griffey Jr. fan, and it's kind of reminiscent of what's going on now in baseball. Like he was that flashy guy that was just a star, and baseball has a lot of those guys now. Obviously, I mean, the TV ratings for that Ohtani game in baseball the other night, like maybe he's the new guy where everybody's going to gather around the TV. Highest rated game in MLB Network history, like not even close, blowing it out of the water of how many people watch that game with Ohtani. I mean, those are the superstars. That's what it was like with Ken Griffey Jr. Everybody was around the TV watching, and that's what it was like during the McGwire-Sosa race too. These guys showed up to bat. You stopped what you were doing and you were watching. And it sure seems like baseball's becoming that way with Ohtani right now. Oh, he's pitching tonight? Let me stop everything and watch what this guy's doing. I like it. It's so much damn fun to see.
I assume we know who yours is, Mac?
Oh, who's that?
Eric Berry?
Eric Berry, Jamal Charles are the two local guys that we hadn't mentioned that would for sure be on that list. Luke Kuechly was one of my favorite players.
Eric Berry didn't get injured. He got the cancer and then focused on life. And just like, I will never resent Eric Berry for doing what he did and how his career ended. He beat cancer and walked away, man. Like that.
He had the Haglund's disease, which was like the bone that stuck into his like Achilles.
Oh,
so he
that
didn't,
one. Yeah.
He didn't want to get any surgery on it because
why
he
he
was
was day to
like,
day.
spiritually, I'm not there. And they could have like shaved it down, gone through surgery. He was like, I'm out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just a pain tolerance thing. Brandon Roy's a really good one that I saw on the text line that
It's
I completely agree.
Your Donovan Ventura wasn't an injury. It was just it was a tragic death. So I don't know if, and somebody says, guys, Barry Sanders didn't get hurt. He was just tired of losing in Detroit. Your franchise was what caused you injury.
Yeah, his franchise injured his psyche. I mean, like that's a mental injury right there. And that's real for those who don't believe the mental injuries are real.
Calvin
That's
Johnson,
real. He got worn down by all of this. I'm done.
Yeah.
Calvin Johnson, it is. Exact
Calvin
same
Johnson would be
thing.
similar.
Yeah.
Yep.
Coming up on the other side, we'll be joined by the Royals manager, Matt Quatrero, and we'll talk to him about this team last night and some other things involving like maybe the team or player-only meeting here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Give Me The VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Give Me The VIN also is the best place to sell your classic or collectible, whether it is one or a collection. They want your muscle car, hot rod, or your old square body pickup, and they love buying resto mods. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com to sell your classics or collectible car or truck, and forget about those tire kickers on social media. So say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com is easy as entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes that's always well above the dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, and it's so easy you can do it in your underwear. Play it out.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
Hi, folks. Bob at Blue Springs Ford. Blayton, you look like you have something to say.
I do. It's our free lifetime powertrain warranty. That includes 24-hour, 7 days a week, every day of the year for 10 years, roadside assistance.
Well, that was a mouthful.
We're talking towing, fuel, oil, water delivery to you, lockout assistance, battery service, flat tire support, emergency assistance.
Folks, if you don't come see us today,
then you'll miss out on our free lifetime warranty.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and our hotline is open. Annie from Kansas City, what's on your mind?
I want a dealership that I can trust for a lifetime. Is that you?
We're Google's highest review rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. That's a good start.
I just want a great deal. That's all.
How about every vehicle comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty?
What about guarantees?
A lifetime warranty should handle that. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup, SUV, exotic, or classic. Now we're even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Win $25,000 in cash every month to sell us your car to increase your odds of winning. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. So you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
When it was time to get the outside of our home painted, I knew I could count on CertaPro Painters to get the job done right. And CertaPro Painters understands the needs and situations of all their clients. They will work around your schedule, and they'll make the painting experience seamless and easy. CertaPro Painters is perfect for your home or business, just like they were for ours. Spots are filling up fast, so schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
I probably don't need to remind you, but just in case, the 69 Express is seeing extensive road work. The 18th Street Expressway is fully closed between Kansas Avenue and Steele Road. I'm Bill Brooks, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you can watch every show, plus video clips and shorts, all right from your phone, desktop, or tablet. The Fan's YouTube channel at 965 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Hey man, good morning, how do you do? Hey man, just want to talk about the boys in blue. Hey man, now that you've been here a year, what's your favorite KCQ? Hey man, what's new in the clubhouse, the bullpen and the lineup too? Hey man, how was the road? Bob and Dusty wanna know. Hey Matt, what do you think of Slugger and FM radio? Hey Matt, is it true you're a deadhead too? Hey Matt, kid baseball wanna talk music with you. Hey Matt, hey Matt, hey Matt, hey Matt, hey Matt, hey Matt, Quattrero. Hey Matt, hey Matt.
That's right. It's a Wednesday, 9 o'clock. We are now joined by Royals manager Matt Quattrero. Matt, how you doing on this Wednesday morning?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Good to see the captain get things going last night with 2 bombs, a double, some RBIs. That's got to get the team going in the right direction, my man.
That was nice. Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, especially in that first inning, squared a few balls up, and then, Vinny hit that ball right to the wall, and then 2-run homer is a good momentum builder for us. And it was nice to get a few on the board early, and the pitching was great last night and able to expand the lead during the game. So really well-played game overall.
It's amazing how much easier a game is when Bobby, Salvi, and Vinny are producing, isn't it?
Well, you could put any 3 people in there. If we're getting production and getting that kind of RBIs, that's great from anybody. But when those guys do, I think, everybody feels it. Those are the guys, those are the leaders.
Yeah, and they have to be. I mean, you're only as good as your stars are in any sport. And when your stars are producing, you're giving yourself an opportunity to win games. And last night, it's no coincidence the 2 biggest bats are your 2 biggest stars.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about Lugo, too. I mean, he had an outstanding game. So, and he's now kind of back in the flow. He didn't have a rehab assignment, and he went, built up gradually. So his last 2 have been really, really good. So that's very encouraging.
Talking with the Royals manager Matt Quattrero here on Fescoe and Dusty on 95 The Fan. There was a players-only meeting on Saturday night. How do you see those things going? I don't know if you've been a part of those before or seen those happen, but what do you take from those as a manager of the ball club?
I think it was great. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can say to a team as a manager, as a coach, and they need to. It's their team, right? I mean, we're there to provide guidance and support and whatever other things they need, but at the same time, they're the ones that are holding each other accountable. You hear that in every business, every walk of life. There's accountability. Mm-hmm. There's, things that players can say to each other that staff members can't and shouldn't, and they hear from us plenty, trust me. And so I thought that was great. And Salvi, calling it together. And, the next day he said, we had a great meeting. And I said, perfect. It's not for me to go in there and hear everything that's being said, but it's for them to grow into those roles and understand what it means to support each other, criticize each other, hold each other accountable, whatever the right terminology is. But that'll ultimately bring them closer, not only for now, but for the future.
Did that meeting have to come from Salvi? Like that couldn't have been a meeting that, say, Mark Canna called or somebody else like that. That had to be a meeting called by the captain, right?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
I think, in smaller, Canada certainly pulled guys aside, smaller groups, maybe I think other guys could have, but I think it's most meaningful when Salvi does it.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's good to hear that he was the guy who's been through this. Like, this is, part 2 of Salvi's career with the Royals, right? Like, he's seen all this before. He saw a team meeting in 2014 turn that team around. So maybe it has that same kind of effect that the Ibanez meeting did, for the guys back in 2014. Either way, it was great last night. And I don't want to just leave Lugo and Lugo pitched good too. Watching him pitch, it's like watching a conductor with a symphony or an artist. Like, it's just something different watching that guy pitch, man. It's really just intriguing to watch Seth Lugo go out there on the mound.
Yeah, you definitely appreciate it, right? Especially in a day and age of everybody's just trying to throw as hard as they possibly can, or most people are. He does. It's a craft to him, and it's an art, and different pitches that he makes up between starts, that just react slightly differently based on how he's feeling or what he thought would work for him the last game and what he knows he'll need versus a certain lineup and different tempos. I mean, I'm not sure how much of it you watched last night, but even I think it was his last inning, the pitch clock got down to 2 seconds. He came set immediately. And
it was awesome.
that strikeout was a huge strikeout. And, just that ability, most guys probably step off there and reset, but I think he understood that timing was going to mess with the hitter. So all those little intricacies are very fun.
Yeah, describing Seth Lugo there, Q, I want to bring this up because it looks like even obviously I know it's hard to hit a baseball in Major League, but Caglione maybe getting into that sort of wave of the growing pains of Major League Baseball. Like, what's the process there? Do you give him some advice, or you just let the kid keep going up there and hacking, and he'll eventually come around and get used to it?
Yes and yes. I mean, he's an aggressive hitter, right? So we know he's going to be swinging the bat, but he's not just wandering aimlessly. Like, the hitting guys are talking with him, and he's having great work sessions with them. And some of this is just a natural progression of understanding what big league pitching is and how you react to it. And I'm sure there are a million voices trying to help him from the outside, and all of that just goes along with it. You have to understand that at some point you're probably giving the other pitcher too much credit. You need to just fall into the flow of the game and understand that the ball still has to cross the plate just like it did in the minor leagues, and all those kinds of things. But that has to happen on a natural progression of time when he feels that way, right? So he's still going to get opportunities to play. He's going to be in big spots, and he'll come through. I mean, we're very confident in his abilities, and he is as well. So it's not happening on the time frame that I'm sure he would like, but that doesn't mean that we're turning our back on him by any means.
No doubt.
Q, when you have a situation like yesterday with that reporter with the fake report about ownership saying it's time to sell, and then JJ came on and diffused that report real fast yesterday, do you as the manager have to do damage control then inside that locker room and let those players know, hey guys, we all still support you in here, we're still all in this together? Like, how does that impact you guys and inside the locker room when stuff starts getting out there that, I mean, even Sam Mellinger, your VP for communications, is weighing in on this guy, so obviously it ticked the organization off. How does that impact, and how do you have to handle things inside the locker room with the players?
Yeah, I mean, I think it first starts with, that story was so false that it was not a tough one to say something about. So just grab Salvi and let him know. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, and a couple of the veteran players, and let them know that this is not true, and we're squarely in this thing. We know we're going to play better baseball than we have. We're going to find, you see how these races go down to the wire, and we certainly have an extremely supportive ownership group. Mr. Sherman's been awesome. He's extremely positive about the team. So that was an easy one for us.
Good. So you went to Salvi, is what you said, and you told him, hey, this isn't the truth, let the guys know, and that's how you kind of handle that stuff inside the locker room then?
Yeah, and a couple of the other veterans, but definitely start with Salvi, yeah.
All right, man. We'll go get the series tonight. Go get the sweep if you can. That'd make me really happy. But we appreciate the time, Matt, and we'll talk to you next Wednesday.
Okay, guys. Have a great week.
You too.
That was a pretty informative interview. Salvador Perez, man, there you go.
That's why he's the captain.
Yep.
And that's what a captain is supposed to do. And that's why Salvador Perez is around this team. For all you haters out there and washters out there that are thinking, washters, haters, washters, I don't know. It just worked.
Yeah. Well, I liked it. I was just make sure I heard it right.
Hell, I don't know.
Washters.
All the washters and the haters with Salvi out there. Matt Quattrero just told you in like 2 minutes why Salvador Perez is vitally important to this team. He called the team meeting. He's the captain. Then the erroneous report by nitwit number one out in New York, whoever that guy was, Mark C. whatever his name is. That guy, puts out that report, and then you go to the captain and you got to tell Salvi this ain't the case at all. And then Salvi goes in there and talks to the players and calms everybody else down because it's human nature. You wake up in the morning and you see that your boss or somebody's reporting that your boss wants to get rid of his company and fire everybody. That's going to have an impact. That's going to have an effect on the people inside your organization. I don't care what walk of life you're in. The players wake up, they're on X right away. These people are addicted to it just like all of us, right? Everybody's addicted to the social media. They see those reports, 9 o'clock in the morning. Wait a second here. Royals ownership wants us all traded? What the hell? So now you've got to handle that damage control. And so you can imagine the feeling how people, and I'll guarantee you Lugo was one of the guys that he talked to as well, because that's a very valuable piece right now, right? Like exactly. Lugo was in the report. Yeah. It's a very valuable piece. So you've got to talk to your players and calm them down. That's what a captain does. You talk to your star guys, your captain, and he kind of gives the information to everybody else. But that's what a manager's about. He knows how to manage the club. He knows how to push the buttons. Bring the right guys in, explain to them what's going on. Now go tell everybody else. Nobody has anything to worry about. We're not selling and breaking up this team. Because I would imagine for a little bit yesterday, a lot of these players are going, damn, they're giving up on us already? This sucks.
Unequivocally false. That is as false as can be, and the accountability of that writer should be in question.
Thanks for the fire. Tonight, Chris Bubich versus Patrick Corbin. The Royals -120 on the money line, +140, -1.5. And Vern's pregame show, Vern's on deck show, starts at 6 o'clock. Royals will go for game 2 tonight with Bubich on the mound, 5-4 with a 1.98 ERA. That's insane to me. That's tough. Coming up on the other side, though, we will dive back more into Mahomes being number 1 plus minicamp day 1. What was there? What will be there on Thursday? Mac will report about it on Monday because somebody's going to be back at Arrowhead on Thursday. But we dive into what was yesterday here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Baseball's rolling along, everybody in Kansas City, so gear up. The season is just in the middle of it, so you got some time to kick back and relax, and I don't know another way to do it more than your proud sponsor of the Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark or on your patio listening to the game at another ballpark. You can find it in Kauffman Stadium all season long. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part is zero bubbles, so there's zero troubles, and it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for your local bars and liquor stores. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent fountain and frozen drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, or dig between your couch cushions, or ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. We take those too. 89-cent frozen and fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Say hello to Wendy's new 2-for-4 Biggie Bundle. Choose from the JBC made with fresh, never frozen beef, crispy chicken sandwich, 6-piece nugs, or small soft drink. Any two for just $4. It's like the reunion special you've been waiting for, but the only drama is watching you try to pick just two. For a deal as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Request 2 for $4 Biggie Bundles to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. Alaska.
Today, expect showers and thunderstorms with a high of 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Right back into it on a Wednesday. We'll be back on Monday, off tomorrow and Friday, and then Monday we get going again. By then we'll have a NBA champion. Oh, that poor kid last night.
He's a dumbass. Sorry, he's not a poor kid. Well, he is poor, but he's a dumbass. He could have been rich. Yeah, I mean, that was a dumb move. You got, what was it, $123,000 was the offered buyout?
127 was like 2 weeks ago.
So it was it wasn't even a week ago that it was that high.
It was when they started the final. It was when Edmonton won game one and OKC and the Pacers hadn't played yet.
So a week to 10 days, something like that. Yeah. So he could have cashed out. So this guy put a parlay in, and all he had to do was have, Oklahoma City and Edmonton win
the title.
And he would have cashed it at, $250K or something?
$272,000.
Okay.
And he bet $13 on a 5-leg champions parlay.
Right. And they offered him a payout of $127,000.
$127 at a dollar.
Yeah, right. I would have taken it that. Yeah,
$13.
I mean, you 10 times your money, right?
Sell the cards.
But like in that situation, you're a dumbass. You really are. I mean, you have to think of it and go, look, man, it's $127K. Yeah. I'm going to take my money now, and I'm going to enjoy that $13 investment. I was reading something in the New York Post on their X feed this morning that every day 1,000 people become millionaires or something in America. Wow. I'm like, how do I get on that train, right? How the hell do I get on that train? And the reason why we all don't do it is because we're stupid, I guess, because this guy, I mean, he's your dumbass of the year. I mean, he really is. $127,000 of free money just sitting there, and you decided to let it play out. And I'm not hindsight guy. I wouldn't have been calling him a dumbass if this whole thing hit and he missed out on an additional, $140,000 or whatever it would have been if Edmonton and Oklahoma City ended up as champions. You're still $127,000 on the plus side, and you could have done a lot with that money. So I just think that guy made a major mistake.
We got one response, and it says he cashed out. I have not seen any of that. Did he cash out?
I have not seen that. I have not seen that. That would have been all over the place, right?
Like, my buddy didn't know anything about the story because he's obviously not glued to his phone like we have to be sometimes. And he was like, really, this is true? He goes, I hope the Florida Panthers win tonight. He's also a huge Levitard fan, and Levitard's all about it today because obviously the Florida Panthers and everything like that, back-to-back champs. But the thing that's interesting is, like, last night even, before the Panthers and Edmonton Oilers even started, he could have cashed out for $39,000.
I mean,
That's my contract.
Yeah, you got to take that money. Yeah, the U.S. added over 1,000 new millionaires a day last year, according to a bank report. Like that's 1,000 millionaires a day. Wow. 365,000 new millionaires were added into the United States last year. That's crazy. How the hell we get on this train?
Please,
I want on this.
All I'm seeing on Bleacher Report betting is put $13 on a 220 or 208626 whatever parlay placed on June 19th last year. Liberty and Eagles win titles. Both NHL NBA teams made the finals. Will profit $75,000 plus on hedges. So he hedged a lot of his bets is what I think he won on. And then somebody tweeted, every person who's making fun of him for not cashing out would have cashed out the ticket once the payout was like $1,000 probably, and never would have even given themselves a chance to make big money. Well, he had a chance to make big money. So, I don't know, because, I don't know.
Good on him for hedging, at least, if that's the truth.
That's the truth.
Yeah, if that's the truth, and he made over, $50K or whatever people are saying.
Yeah, so, yeah.
I don't think I would have cashed out at 1,000, though.
No.
Yeah, so he hedged and got the $75K, which is what you should have done. Like, if you're not going to cash out, you should have 100% hedged.
He hedged?
Yeah.
Oh, well, good for him,
yeah,
man.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, it's smart.
I'll give him that.
Credit.
I'll give him a little bit of that. You still won some money on the thing. Not as much as you would have liked, but $75,000 is still $75,000.
And the other thing that a lot of people forget about is that he is going to 100% be on a podcast and get paid for it. He's going to get some sort of other interview that he'll get paid for, and he'll eventually make the $279K or whatever he would have made on the parlay. But man, 127, I guess I'm on both sides of the fence. If you're trying to hope that you get a legacy story, then you succeeded. But if you wanted to just get 127K and run away and never be seen again, I agree with that story as well. I'm with Gold. He saw the big number and was like, it can only go higher. Plus I have the odds. And then all of a sudden Edmonton, because Oklahoma City's going to win.
Yeah, they're going to win it.
Yeah, that thing's over.
So it is going to be a one-leg miss.
It's going to be a one-leg miss.
Classic tale, dude.
Imagine if Oklahoma City had already won the championship, though, and Edmonton and Florida were still playing, what maybe that payout would have been.
Huge.
What would you have done in that situation if Oklahoma City had won first, and now you're 5 for 6 with one still to be determined?
It's really hard not to
see. Now a lot of people are saying he hedged, and there's no proof that he hedged. I haven't seen that there was proof. I don't know what happened. All I know is he could have cashed out for $127,000. Didn't. Could have had cashed out for $109,000 after that. Didn't. Could have cashed out for $96,000. Didn't do it. And then last night, before he walked into the Florida Panthers and Edmonton Oilers game, could have cashed out for $39K and didn't.
So he could have hedged at 75 and cashed out at 39.
Yeah,
and still had $100,000.
I mean, just. Would go man.
Exactly. What? I don't know, man. I don't have that kind of money.
I don't think he does either, but
obviously
he probably
not
doesn't
now.
have the value of what an actual dollar is.
Or
probably.
you could buy a, break for $41 and sell it for $4,100.
Oh yeah,
if you want to do that.
Nice.
Why would I hold on to it?
Flex.
Yeah. So Mahomes, number one, that's a flex in the NFL, right? Pete Prisco, that's his name. Josh's alter ego.
Yeah.
The Maloney. Yeah, no doubt. So he says Mahomes is the number one player in the NFL, and he's not wrong, I don't believe.
No, he's not wrong at all.
Right.
There's no debating this, I don't think, at all. I mean, I really don't. If you're throwing everybody's name into a hat, like if you had to start a franchise every single year, like at the end of a football season, if everybody was a free agent or draft eligible, every single team is starting their roster with Patrick Mahomes. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that you're not starting your roster with the best player in the NFL, and that is Patrick Mahomes. He's the best player at the most important position.
There you go.
He's the best player in the NFL.
As I say, most important position in the NFL is quarterback. Who's the best quarterback in the NFL?
It's Mahomes.
How old is he?
30.
And Jay Binkley knows how good Steve Young was at the age of 30? Bob got that text. You got that question.
Oh, you got it too?
We both did.
I didn't know Bob got it.
Bob got the text because I went in there. Binkley came up to us. He goes, hey, there's this Steve Young, age 30. 30s when quarterbacks really start to take off. I came in there, did the impersonation for Bob. He goes, oh, yeah, I got the text too.
Oh, that's so good. All three of us got it. Hey, Steve Young, good in his 30s.
Most quarterbacks are good in their 30s. They finally figure out how to play the game.
Yes, it's a mental position.
It's an age thing, right? Okay, I understand this now. I can do this. You learn. Oh, okay. And then you realize what you don't know unless you're Aaron Rodgers and you think you know everything. And so you continue to grow as a player, but nobody's not drafting Patrick Mahomes, number 1 overall in this league. And I say that because every time we hear about a quarterback, could he be the next Mahomes? And everybody's still trying to find their version of Patrick Mahomes. And so if you don't have a good quarterback, if you don't have really one of the 4 or 5 best quarterbacks in this league, you're not giving yourself an opportunity. And so that being said, if every NFL player was in a draft every year and we drafted every single year active players, Patrick Mahomes would be the consistent number 1. And if you don't take him number 1 overall, your GM should be fired on site.
Yeah, unless you're Sam Monson. Then he's taking Josh
That guy's a dope, too.
Can I ask a sidebar question?
Yes.
And maybe it's too hard to think about on the spot. If you took Mahomes 1 overall, who would be your second pick if you had Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback?
Well, tell me who's been taken, though, already,
Well, I would assume quarterbacks would, go,
How many quarterbacks would go? 5? I would go Patrick, Josh, Lamar, Burrow,
Daniels.
Maybe C.J. Stroud.
Maybe. So there were 6.
Those are the young ones. Herbert.
Yep, Herbert maybe. Yeah, Love. I mean, I don't know.
Shador.
Quarterbacks
may
really
be
valuable, man.
Yeah, I mean, so
I guess
let's say it's all quarterbacks.
So I'll say this: the hell with it. It's quarterbacks and skill players, right? Are you taking a left tackle with your second pick, or are you taking like a skill set wide receiver that could be there?
It's Trent Williams.
That's what I'm saying. He's 40 though.
But he's 40. That's what I'm saying.
But it's only remember, these are only for 1 year. If you're doing this every year, it's 1 year.
Okay.
You're recycling players every year, so.
Yeah, then give me Justin Jefferson.
I would take Joe Alt.
That's a good pick.
Nice. Even though he plays right,
because then I would
move him over.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good pick. I don't know that he'd be there at 33 though.
That's true because left tackles go quick. I mean,
and he's good. And there's not a lot of them.
Because I mean, then
he's not even a left tackle.
If you patch up left tackle, then all of a sudden it's like I don't necessarily need a top 10 wide receiver. I just need a guy that I can trust to go out there because I've got protection. I'll make sure I can find him and he can get time to run out.
How intriguing would the league be if every year they did a draft and every active player was in it and you changed teams every single year? I mean, the conversations that people would have. All right, we're not going to have a quarterback this year because we were too good, so let's go draft the left tackle, get a marginal quarterback later on. I mean, God, it would be outstanding. It would be so good to watch. Now, I don't know if it would be fun all the time.
No.
But at least if you did a draft like this, it's all active players. Everybody knows who they are. It's not like these college players where you do Shador, Sanders, and that was about it going into the draft, right? And so all of these players, the conversations would be great all the time, but nobody wants to deal with that in the NFL every year of restocking and rebuilding your entire roster.
I know Brad Veach wouldn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, no, I got a good roster, man.
Yeah, I
could get even better though, because I'll take all these guys that everybody doesn't think are any good, make them really good here.
You want to hear the most pointless tweet from Warren Sharp?
Oh, please.
2024 record of games ended after the third quarter.
What?
That's what?
Say that again.
It says, here's a list of everyone's record in 2024 if games ended after the third quarter.
Well, they don't.
Here's everyone's record in baseball. The games ended in the seventh inning.
What are the Chiefs?
10-6-1.
Yeah.
I just don't understand that. Like that's June 18th, baby.
Yeah, that is June. That's like NBA or NHL in Kansas City. Which is going to happen? It's June. Neither. Move on. Next topic.
You got it. Mini camp day one was yesterday.
I mean, that's just a dumb.
What are we doing?
Here's everybody's tweet record if we stop the game after 1 second.
Oh no, Mr. Munson. Us Amish people play 14 frames. You normal people play 10. Oh, that's why you bowl 300.
Yeah.
Okay, Ishmael. Mini camp day one was yesterday. Day two today. Day three tomorrow.
That's
Matt,
how that works. That's
you're
good.
You're gonna be there on day three.
Yes, tomorrow
Okay.
I'll be there. Let's go. Andy and Mahomes will be speaking.
Andy and Mahomes. There we go. Trey Smith was on the field. What a beautiful sight that was.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. We don't have to deal with any of the Chris Jones stuff. I thought it was super funny what he said.
Oh,
Don't
so
take my
great.
advice.
He did things differently than me, which is good.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to do what I
Drop
did.
that mic, baby.
Exactly. Just kind of self-deprecate. We always talk about that. Poke fun at yourself. Chris Jones has always been good at that. Yeah, I mean, Trey Smith, how important is he to the Chiefs' plan next season? I'd say he's really important. We talk about the left tackle. It's not really going to matter if the middle of the offensive line isn't fortified, and we know I-65 is priority number one in that.
Yeah, and look, they'll get that thing all squared away.
Yes.
They'll figure out who's going to play that left tackle position, and then they'll figure out Trey Smith, right? Or maybe they'll figure out Trey Smith first, and then they'll figure out the left tackle position. I think they figure out Trey Smith first, though, because he was there at minicamp. That usually dudes who have contract disputes don't show up to, and he did. And so I give him a lot of credit for being there.
Me too.
It shows maybe they're closer than a lot of us think, because he's showing up out of good faith at this point in time that that new deal is going to get done. And look, they've talked about wanting to get Trey Smith a deal for a couple of years now. Deadlines make everything speed up, and we're looking at training camp. What, about a month from today, roughly? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the fact that I know the fact that he's there shows me he truly cares about it, and if he really cares, that means the franchise has shown that they care too, and that they're close.
Yeah, you don't show up if you're not close in these situations.
He's also doing the smartest thing a player can do that's going for a contract, and that is give them no reason.
Yep.
Because where were you at training camp? I was there. Where were you at minicamp? I was there. Where were you at this? I was there. Where, in St. Joe? I was there. And you didn't have a contract. All right, you're about it. And I know there's more of that than we believe goes into the contract negotiations, but boy, that Chris Jones one was, that was
good.
That was an ugly situation. Then all of a sudden, Friday at like 8:30 at night, Chris Jones has signed a 5-year extension. Like, hey, there we go.
There you are.
Okay, so Kelsey looking good at camp. He looks, Binkley still says he lost 25 pounds in a month.
That's the report.
I don't believe it.
I don't buy that, but that's fine.
And Josh Simmons, he's there. He's a left tackle. Maybe ahead of schedule, maybe not. Maybe it's like the Caglione thing. Maybe that's a good comp. Like, he looks the part, probably going to be the part, but don't rush the part. If he's not ready, then don't force it. If you've got a guy and more that can be that guy, and then all of a sudden you can move Josh Simmons in there somewhere little by little, or maybe Kingsley does fail at left guard, and you're like, hey, Josh, get in there right now, and let's just do this here, and then eventually you'll slide over once Jalen Moore's gone, and you've got the experience of like the pace of the game, the reps of Patrick Mahomes. But I like what I'm seeing from the first pick of the Chiefs at left tackle.
I think right now, unless he's hurt where he can't play, he should be your starting left tackle. He's a first-round draft pick, and that's why you draft guys. First-round draft picks are not normally projects, right? Now, every once in a while, they could potentially be a project, but you traded up for this guy, right? If he's healthy, he's not on your team. He's a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. If he's healthy, he needs to play. He just does. He needs to be ready to go, and he needs to be ready to play. Even with the Jalen Moore signing, that is a great kind of safety net that you have. It's an insurance policy. You can play both sides of your offensive line. It's
perfect.
I'd rather have a guy like that being able to do that than having him be the starter than having a rookie who can't do that. So by starting Josh Simmons, it strengthens your whole offensive line, because now Jalen Moore's that swing guy that if something does happen, he can just move and play a different side, and everybody's happy again. So I think unless he's just not ready from an injury standpoint, screw it. Start the guy, man. Let's go.
And everything that we've heard is that he's ahead of schedule from a health perspective. We know he has the intangibles, the talent. Like you said, he would have been the first left tackle taken if it weren't for that scare. Brett Veach saw past that. The medicals that we have here and the medical staff that we have here is superb, and they're going to get him in the right spot, I think, early on. I know Ian Rappaport, we played that audio earlier, he mentioned that he could be a swing tackle. I think Bob's right. If Josh Simmons is swing tackle ready, he's starting left tackle ready, and he'll start there right away. We're not swinging him around.
Unless that, Jalen Moore is just much better than him, which I don't know if that's, I don't know the answer to that question, but that's not my job to decide that. If he's that much better, then that's fine, but I still wouldn't put him as a swing tackle. I'd just keep him learning and getting better at that left tackle position, because eventually he's going to need to play that left tackle position, or that draft pick's going to have gone for naught.
We want this to be the last left tackle Mahomes ever throws behind.
Right.
The other information we were given yesterday was Dan Mears, the mascot legend behind the mask of Casey Wolf, is hanging it up after 35 years, going to retire. And so that led to our...
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah. So we asked the poll question on the Fescoe and Dusty poll question on a Wednesday. Does Dan Mears belong in the Chiefs Ring of Honor? Yes or no? 64.9% of you said yes. So I think you put Dan Mears up there. And I think you put the Casey Wolf face right next to him and let him last forever up there in that Ring of Honor. But that was the information from the Chiefs yesterday, from minicamp to the retirement on mascot day of Dan Mears. So props to you, Dan. Congratulations to your great career.
Awesome, man. Congratulations to you, and I hope you find joy and happiness in your future endeavors in the life of retirement, which is going to be great for you. I know you're going to talk about Stephen A. Smith coming up, but he's in the news again already this morning.
No, really?
Yeah, he's out here for whatever reason now, ripping the city of Memphis on live TV because Ja Morant said something to him. So now he's ripping Memphis and saying it.
Dude.
Are we watching in front of our eyes the demise of Stephen A. Smith? And I'm being serious about that. I know he's ESPN's big name. He's their biggest personality. He makes the most money. But this last week has not lasted. It's Wednesday. And now this guy went from playing solitaire in the middle of an NBA Finals game to on ESPN this morning ripping the city of Memphis and saying how horrible it is and no NBA player wants to go there in response to Ja Morant taking a shot at him. Like, I don't know, guys, this is not looking good for Stephen A. Smith to continue to perform like this and basically blame everybody else now for why he was playing if you don't play solitaire at an NBA game, you're not in trouble.
None of this happens. Yeah, if you just do your job, really is what you're saying. If you
and
just
that's
did
the
your
expectation.
Job correctly.
Let's be honest, man. Everybody wants to do what we do. It's a cool job. It's a lot of fun. Stephen A. Smith's job is better than ours, right? It pays a lot better. He gets to do cool things.
Yeah.
And he's doing something that, like, every guy probably dreams about. Let me get on after a big game and give my opinions. And everybody's watching this game, and you're paid to do this, and you're sitting there playing solitaire?
It sounds like he has very thin skin.
Oh, no doubt.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Tyrese Halliburton, kind of doesn't even really call him out, but kind of calls him out. He can't take that. Ja Morant, speaks on his town and being a Memphis guy and just really speaks love to his city after Stephen A. kind of trashed it a little bit yesterday, and Stephen A. can't take that.
And so he said this morning. It's moving in the right direction, but it's still recognized as one of the worst cities in America to the point where the head of the FBI called it the murder capital of this country per capita. That's on record. Stephen A. Smith discussing Memphis on First Take. Like, this is where we are now, destroying cities on First Take because a player who plays in that city called you out for not doing your job. This is 2025 in a nutshell, where you do something wrong and you're blaming everybody else for it. Instead of just looking in the mirror and owning it and making a joke out of it, and it would have been done if he just owned it and made a freaking joke about it and self-deprecated. Yeah, you caught me. I was bored. I'm sorry. I apologize. Bad look by me. But now the FBI in Memphis is involved.
It's ridiculous.
Sounds like he's got a great future in politics. Because he said it, he's going to run. So we'll see. No, I don't know, man. We'll get into Stephen A. Smith on the other side. Plus, we'll get into what Matt Cottrell had to say before we get into our Richard of the Week. Richard of the Week, sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka, proud partner of the Kansas City Royals. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part is 0 bubbles. We'll play what you missed maybe or already heard from Matt Cottrell about the players-only meeting, what he saw and what he liked from it. Plus, we'll do Richard of the Week on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending have helped us out of jams throughout our lives, and they're ready to help you as well. You're probably looking at your financial statements going, man, if I could go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment, things would be a lot easier around here. Well, you know what? You can go 2 months potentially without having to make a mortgage payment with Golden Oak Lending. When you refinance with Golden Oak Lending, the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month, and then they can also skip 2 months of their mortgage payment. So you think about it right now. We're in June already. How would you like to go to when school starts without having to make a mortgage payment? Wouldn't that make summer that much more enjoyable? You can take that vacation. Maybe you can do those repairs you wanted to do around your house, or maybe you just want to pay off credit card debt. But it all starts with Golden Oak Lending's free mortgage checkup. It is risk-free. There is no paperwork. There is no credit card required. It's just a simple phone call to 913-890-GOLD, and they will ask you, what do you want to accomplish in life? And you tell them all about your financial goals, and then Golden Oak will look to see if they've got a program that works for you. If they have a mortgage that's better than the one you're in, they'll let you know about it. And if they don't, they'll say that as well. They'll never put you in a mortgage that isn't better than where you are right now. So take that free mortgage checkup, 913-890-GOLD, or visit them at goldenoaklending.com and do what we did. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Guys, are you looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad the extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? The Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultations and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. And with the freedom to choose in-care center or at-home treatment, you're helping put Dad back in control of his health. From now until the 21st, enjoy a free B12 shot when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
Hey there, Royals fans. We've got more ways to watch your boys in blue this season than ever before with FanDuel Sports Network. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action. Or, new this season, Royals Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers like DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit Royals.com/TV to learn more.
Into it here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up next, Gold, Binkley, and Drew, followed by C-Dot and Rob, followed by Big Daddy Bird. Glad he finally got a good post-game show
Finally,
night,
right?
Man.
Were the fans happy last night?
Yeah, you never know, man.
Yeah.
Somebody might have been mad at that play that Vinny didn't make. Cost Seth Lugo a run.
I've never seen a play like that in my entire life of watching baseball.
What's that turf made out of?
I don't know. I thought that was real dirt, but I mean, that looked like it was like a basketball. Like if you bounce a baseball on a basketball court, you know, kind of like rubber or something
like that. The the garden in New York, where if you step on it, you feel like you're going to sink into a hole.
Yeah.
But no, I thought it was a good win last night, something that you desperately needed. And we asked Q earlier today about the players-only meeting and what it meant to him.
I think it was great. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can say to a team as a manager, as a coach, and they need to. It's their team, right? I mean, we're there to provide guidance and support and whatever other things they need, but at the same time, they're the ones that are holding each other accountable. You hear that in every business, every walk of life. There's accountability. There's, things that players can say to each other that staff members can't and shouldn't, and they hear from us plenty, trust me. And so I thought that was great. And Salvi, calling it together. And, the next day he said, we had a great meeting. And I said, perfect. It's not for me to go in there and hear everything that's being said, but it's for them to grow into those roles and understand what it means to support each other, criticize each other, hold each other accountable, whatever the right terminology is. But that'll ultimately bring them closer, not only for now, but for the future.
Sure looked good last night. The captain who orchestrated the meeting, day off after getting beat after the meeting, goes 2 home runs, double, does everything he needed to do. Bobby Witt Jr. also following suit, going yammers, also doubling for the Royals last night. But yeah, that what he said reminds me of what my dad would do with my sister and I, because he said it. There's things you can't tell your players that they can tell to each other. When my sister and I would get into a shouting match or constantly argue for days on end, my dad would go, you go to the room, shut the door, and you guys hash it out. And when you're done doing that, you can come out.
That's exactly right. And that's what they did. And your captain has to do it, and he has to be the leader, but then he also has to produce. And he went out there and produced, too. So it wasn't like one of those meetings where somebody got up and spoke, and we need to do all this differently. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and then stunk. He went out there and backed up his words, and I think that was important for everybody to see. But it goes back to what I've been saying for weeks now. It's not the hitting coach. It's about the players, and the players got to step up. And when the players step up and your stars became stars, they won easily last night. That was an easy win for the Royals last night.
Yeah, Seth Lugo, just the surgeon of the strike zone last night, really had guys moving. I loved what Q said, too. He goes, the pitch clock was moving lower, because I heard the broadcasters on the TV, I forget who it was, and they were just going, that pitch clock's getting low, you better hurry up. And he almost did like a side pitch, like a quick pitch, and the batter was so off and didn't have time to. So advantage there, knowing the game that has changed, being a veteran in the league for so long, but adapting to the rules of what might be an advantage for you in the future. But let's get into it. Richard of the Week.
Oh, Richard, I'm so happy. Hold me.
Richard of the Week.
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Richard of the Week brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade Vodka, proud partner of the Kansas City Royals. Each can of Surfside only 100 calories, and the best part is 0 bubbles. Paper, rock, scissors between you two. Who wants to go first?
Mac, you can go first. Yeah, I'll wait to the end.
Okay.
That's fine.
Stephen A. Smith, you brought it up on the other side, or before this, Bob, about him just being a complete D. Yes, thank you. This whole week, yeah. Not being self-deprecating, not owning up, calling out different players, and then when they come back with a retort of their own, you're not able to take it. It seems like your ego has gotten so big that you're really just kind of oblivious to all of what reality is around you. Here's what he said yesterday on a Sirius XM show addressing the solitaire incident.
I can ask you a question. I can also be playing a little game on my phone.
That's right. Like I was doing
now.
solitaire.
What's going on here?
And I was doing what the hell I always do. And for those out there who don't like it, kiss my ass. When I'm watching the game, I'm watching the game. If there's a break in the action, it could be a dead ball, it could be a timeout or something like that. I can play the damn thing for 2 seconds. Somebody is standing over me, upper deck, zooming in on my phone, watching me and saying, "Oh, he's playing solitaire. He's not focusing on the game." I watch over 100 games a year.
That's it?
I'm on TV every morning for 2 hours, 10 hours live every day. And that's just one job. That don't count Countdown. That don't count Sports Center. That don't count all the obligations.
Taking a turn and talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
And I'm sitting there and getting a little break, and I decide to play a little solitaire, which, by the way, I always do. And I mean always.
He always does it, Bob.
If I
It's
sit
fine.
up there, if there's halftime, I might go on my phone for 2 minutes and play solitaire.
But this is the
At
first
the end
time
of the
I've heard
game,
about it.
before a game, I do the same thing. Damn it, if you had a little break in between, I might have been praying it again because I like the game.
How'd you do in that particular game?
I won that particular game.
Well, solitaire was okay.
could have been something else.
And then he goes on and he makes jokes about, oh, I'm glad they didn't see something inappropriate. It could have been something much worse. You know, he makes a joke, makes it. This guy, man.
You know, Mac, you had said something. I don't remember what it is, but I remember how I wanted to answer what you had said. He's allowing himself to become bigger than the game. And nobody, other than Caitlin Clark, is bigger than the game. Nobody in the media is bigger than the game that they're covering.
No.
Nobody in the media is more important than the game that they're covering. And I don't want to get into all this philosophical stuff like you have this duty and all that crap. I'm not going to get on my soapbox and do that. But you do. People are watching you at the end of the game, expected to get an informed opinion. Whether you agree with that opinion or not, like Henry doing the post-game show and not watching the end of the game or whatever the case may be. Like, you leave games early. You're not doing your job. You're getting paid by somebody to be there and to pay attention to the game and have the ability to talk about that game afterwards. And I find it very difficult to do a post-game show or even have commentary on a game the next day if you weren't paying attention to the game that was taking place in front of you. And that's where Stephen A. Smith is acting like he is bigger than the game. Like, I am bigger than ESPN, he's now telling everybody. Yeah. I am Stephen A. Smith. Well, that's going to end real fast when people start to realize you're not watching the games. Like, there are fans that probably have more informed opinions about that game because they watched it other than Stephen A. Smith. And then today he's attacking the city of Memphis. So it's dissipating fast with this guy because he finally got busted, and now everybody's dancing on the grave of Stephen A. Smith because of the way that he's treated, I guess, people over the years or however they perceive him over the years. Now everybody's got an opportunity to kind of dance around and run Stephen A. Smith down, and nobody's passing up on that.
That interview also reminded me of when, my cousin Vinny, when he interrogates the guy about grits. Because he said he only played solitaire for 2 seconds. But then he said that he won the game.
You can't win in 2 seconds.
You can't win a game in solitaire in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It takes at least 5 minutes.
No self-respecting solitaire player wins a game in 2 seconds.
Yeah. You know how grits are made. That's right. Way to hit that. You have to watch that movie, haven't you? When you see that scene, you'll be like, that's what he meant.
Okay.
Mine is...
I mean, is that displacement? I think it is.
Oh, and Marina Mabry's going to get ejected. If the officials saw that, Marina Mabry is going to get ejected.
Well, they're going to go and look at it. Look at Mabry. She's got a scar on one side, scratch on one side of her face, a scratch on the other side. It's not from the game today. I asked her about it. She's always in the mix. There's a lot of contact here.
My Rich of the Week is J.C. Sheldon, the lady that, thought it'd be okay to gouge out the eyes of Caitlin Clark and think nothing was going to happen after it. You could also say the Rich of the Weeks are the referees in the WNBA.
Yeah.
But hey, this is the game. This is who she is. This is what she's building, and this is what we're about. And we're getting action. But J.C. Sheldon, do it a different way. Don't go after the eyes. Maybe give a shoulder shrug when Caitlin Clark goes up for a 3. Foul her hard. Do something like that, I guess. But don't, go for the eyeballs. If you want to make Patrick Mahomes know that you're there, maybe give him a little, scruffle up, but don't have to go after his head. Don't have to throw him in a, when he's out of bounds, chucking him down to the ground. But when he throws the ball and it's a legal hit, let him know you're there. Give him a little word of encouragement. Say, hey, MFer, I'm coming. I'm Max Crosby, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that
exactly.
Guy.
Yeah.
You don't have to go for the eyes, and you don't have to come after the game in the post press conference and say, we're just this, and that. J.C. Sheldon, you got what you were getting after, and now you've woken up a sleeping giant in Caitlin Clark and the rest of her team. And Sophie Cunningham, my number is 816-30. I'm kidding. But if you ever want to hang out at the Green Lady Lounge, tabs on me for 2 drinks.
I will say this from that standpoint. If you really want to send Caitlin Clark a message, how about, turning her into Angel Reese and having her score 4 points and have 17 rebounds? Like, play defense against her and shut her down. That will hurt Caitlin Clark more. But they also realize they can't do that. So now they resort to gouging out her eyeballs and playing Jordan rules with her where everybody's hitting her as she goes up for a shot or even when she's not going up for a shot because they realize they can't stop Caitlin Clark. They're not as good as her. And so what do you resort to? Cheap shotting. That's what happens all the time. My Richard of the Week is pretty simple. The jackass who told me we fixed the BMA Foundation event for my wife.
Oh, yeah. That guy sucked.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
I went had a couple words with him after.
Yeah.
I found that out.
Yeah, this guy told me we fixed the competition so my wife could win. If you saw the dances.
We announced that on Saturday night, didn't we?
Yeah.
I was like, well, there's your Richard of the Week.
Exactly. There was a couple of other people we could mention that,
say buddy's party, man.
Yeah, like people just don't say appropriate things at the right time, and it happens a lot. And this guy came up to me, I lived in Brookside for 20 years. I've lived in Boston for 30 years, and you sandbagged this competition for your wife to win. I'm like, okay. Right, is this real? I mean, like if you Ray Charles would have known my wife won the competition.
Way to ruin one of the best nights of my life, pal.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was ready to go that night. I hadn't been drinking, and I was ready to go.
Wow.
Somebody says Stephen A. Smith probably plays single card solitaire instead of 3.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Take the day for 3.5 minutes.
That was really good. I do like that.
Hey, man, we'll be gone till Monday. Take care, everybody. And always remember, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. It is simply cool to care. Stay kind, stay groovy, stay nice to each other out there. Coming up next, Gold, Binkley, and Drew from 10 to 2. I'll talk to you Monday.